Okay, we're back with more Warframe. It's been a long time since the last episode. One of the people supporting this switched games for a while, so it's been a minute since we played last. I reviewed my notes from last episode, but I'm probably really going to be struggling with getting my sea legs back. You can activate cross-platform save to play Warframe on all platforms with the one account. What platforms is this on? Like PS5?
Maybe Ordis will get a message someday.
Oh my god, there's so much crap. Lots of huge quality of life updates since I last played. That's good to hear. Okay, so some of the notes I left myself. Let me just try to remind myself. Last episode was really consequential. Let me go ahead and turn the clock on since that's been problematic lately. I unlocked my operator, which was kind of a huge deal. And my operator has a focus tree. And the focus tree has an ability called Energy Pulse and more specifically Wellspring that I want to unlock. But in order to unlock it, I need Focus XP. And the future Marstead note I left to myself last episode was to ask chat how to do that. So I did in Discord a few minutes ago. I asked Nomic to help me out. So Focus XP is what you need to unlock your Focus School abilities. These guys, you have to have a Focus Lens installed on one of your equipped pieces of gear to start earning it. I got one for completing the last quest. Put it on something I rarely switch out, like my main Warframe. Excess XP earned by that piece of equipment is converted to focus, so only when the equipment is max ranked does that work. And I can't freely take lenses off stuff, presumably. We go to Arsenal. Gara's max rank, so I'm not going to change Gara for the rest of the story. We go to upgrade, and then somewhere here there's a focus lens. Actions. Oh my god. This game is a video game for sure. Okay, Zenuric lens. Yes, I am sure I want to install it. Now, that will allow me to earn Focus XP because the Gara Warframe is maxed out, right? I could also theoretically put it on... I could put another one on Heck if I find another copy. Actions, Focus Lens, but I don't have any. But I could buy a Zenuric lens, and the greater lens converts more of it, and you have to pay money for it, is that right? I do have some of these. Is there any reason I shouldn't spend money on this just to get more Focus XP? Because it sounds like getting the focus abilities makes the game play more like it's intended to around 32 and a half hours in, right? I can earn these through normal gameplay easily. Okay, so I don't need to spend money on it. Gotcha. My second question was, one of the things in the Focus XP menu said that I had to go to the quills in order to unlock the Wellspring ability. Nomic said that the game will just direct me there automatically, so I don't have to stress about it too much. I also asked, should I just do whatever the recommended quest is in the top right corner? Because that's what we were doing before. And apparently, yes, I am still supposed to do that. Previously, I was trying to do junctions, but all the junctions are done, so that should be pretty reliable. Next quest recommended is Saya's Vigil. Because you said they revamped the main story quest to allow you to do... Like, they made some things side quests and made some side quests main quests and the like. I have to do that to unlock the quills. Okay. That's fine. Also, the game audio might be a tad quiet. We'll see once I actually get into combat. Let me know. Turning it up a hair here. All the world quests, which you previously told me to skip, are now main quests. Okay. Hey, Tryhard, how you doing? Does this game, as part of their quest revamps, does it make more sense broadly to a brand new player now? Like, I actually was really enjoying the whole, the big, like, quest sequence where you find out about your operator and you unlock their abilities. Like, it feels like the start of the game, and it was crazy that it was, like, 28 hours in or whatever. More interesting than the early game story I had to do. Okay, that's cool. Easier, better guided, and have relevant rewards. That's pretty powerful. A return to Kanzu. I don't know that I've ever talked to this guy before.
Tenno, have you met Saya? Lives on the outskirts of Cetus. See? Here's
Whoa.
the three of us. Me,
Effort.
Unko, and headstrong Saya. We were inseparable Oots. The two of them even got married. They were happy. Until he disappeared. That was 5 years ago. Saya never
Oh, okay,
moved on.
that's cool.
Never
They've
accepted
just gotten rid of flawed mods entirely.
Now I'm hearing quill whispers. The Granier found some trace of Unko. And just like old times, Sai is about to do something rash. Talk to her, eh? For Kansu. Ayo, we have not spoken in a long time. Offworlder.
Okay.
Push the Granier away from Cetus.
Several jurisdictions, reasonable prices.
I think I might need to change my controller settings. I think I had a controller bind to be able to quickly, like, there it is. Okay. Swapping through my Logitech mouse profiles there.
That's strange. Chat. No time to talk. There's word of my husband. I have to go.
Okay, so remind me, I feel like just running into regular non-robot human people is kind of uncommon, or it felt like it was uncommon before.
Word travels fast. Konzu and I haven't spoken in 5 years. Not since his involvement in my husband's disappearance. And now he sends you.
Happened to never come to this hub area, okay. But it is on Earth.
I'll accept help if you bring Onko back to me.
So is the thing I'm doing right now something that a brand new player would be directed to right away, or is this being calibrated to the things I've already done in the playthrough to this point? I came here, but I left immediately because there was no reason to be here before.
What's 5 years? I know he's still out there.
New players do this
I
quest
can
in the opening
feel it.
hours. Okay.
I've petitioned those damned quills for years. They seem to have
This already
knowledge
feels
of the
more
future
like
when it suits them.
reasonable,
They're the ones
directed.
who told me the Grenier have uncovered something that might be Onko's research. Why not just tell me where he is? Tenno, you have to find him.
Okay.
Dadup, Tenno. I'll signal you when you're out on the plains. As crazy as this sounds, you're looking for glass.
Glass, you say? Can I do this? Yeah, okay. So while I'm in this form, I can hit control. Well, and I just unlocked this. Control space is teleport, but that doesn't work in non-combat areas, presumably. There's also control to go invisible and then left click. Okay, gotcha, but I can go back now. I love that you unlock that so late. Like, that is one of the coolest experiences I've had in games. I've complained a lot about how Warframe is, like, baffling and constructed like an insane, you know, Kafka-esque nightmare maze. But that experience of getting a character creator 20 hours in was really neat.
All right, Tenno. Be careful.
It's just
out here.
packaged in this
Grenier numbers increase the further you venture from Cetus.
insane...
Patching the Ostrons to your signal now.
My uncle is alive.
The junctions make more sense now.
No one cared more for Cetus, for our people, than he did. He
No, the
worked
quills.
with the quills, the Unum's closest
Right.
servants, to
Yeah, some of those
decipher the
objectives were
secrets
really
of the
strange.
sentient and the glass warrior who sacrificed herself to destroy it. If you search the camp, I know we'll find some sign of Onko.
Let's trying to remember my controls here. In order to do like the dive running, I have to be aiming. Yeah, okay. Or I have to trigger the aim after I do this. I have, hold on. Thought I had crouch on this mouse. Let me check. I need to check my other mouse profiles here. I think that's it.
This is it. This is where the Grenier found some of Uncle's work. Has he been hiding here?
Okay, so we do 4 and then 1, presuming they didn't change the mechanics. Oh, it looks like there's better feedback on when I'm doing damage and activating abilities and stuff. I really struggled with that before.
Working together, my tusk soldiers will bore you all the same.
And I can detonate from inside the wall now. I don't have to go outside it
I should know who'd be
anymore.
behind the Grenier incursions here. Who else would feed outmatched troops to an Eidolon if it might further their career?
And I'd feed it a million more for a chance to wrap my metal claws around your sweet.
I still have to aim at the wall. I just don't have to go outside of it now.
Scanning the area. I'm getting strange readings from the cave at my waypoint. Smash that drill and go inside.
Working on it. Give me a sec.
I remember that cave. Onko and I used to shelter there. Rock slide sealed it off years ago. I hope
Does it
it's not.
damage everything inside the wall when I blow it up? If I let it sit for longer? Destroy the drill.
Uncle? Uncle! He should be here.
Oh, I see. That's cool. Yeah, this feels more like a mission. So many of the missions, as I remember them, were like weird, empty Diablo maps. Well, they weren't empty, but they were Diablo maps filled with things you weren't intended to interact with, right? Or which were a giant waste of time to interact with.
No.
Saya.
Kanum. I won't say a thing to him, Tenno. I'm guessing he didn't tell you. He was with my uncle the day he disappeared.
This coffer is strange. I don't understand the locking mechanism. Tenno, return to your orbiter so we can get it open.
Yeah, okay. So they like deliberately went back and tried to like recalibrate the way the whole game feels, it sounds like. For a new player at least. I imagine that this time when I unlock the ability to equip a focus lens, the game would just point me to the little screen where I go to equip it. Because you have to understand that from my perspective, knowing that I need to start gaining XP and that there's this obscure seeming window in the upgrade screen that I can click on to equip something really important makes me want to scream, right? But maybe that was just because at the time when I unlocked it, everybody understood how it worked through like reading wikis and guides and stuff. Oh really, this stuff was in the game before. It just forces you to do it. That's at least a good thing, because the lack of direction was the part that was baffling mostly.
Genius, Utz. He's protected whatever is inside. with
Stuff in
the
my inbox
shatter
will help.
lock.
Okay.
The key, molded from glass.
How's the audio balance now that we did a combat mission? Is it still too quiet?
Only destroy everything inside. We need to rebuild the glass. If he was dying,
Is an aura a
he would
separate
have
slot
wanted
that I can
this
equip?
found. But he locked it. uncle is alive.
A new strategy
Hot
then,
slut.
Tenno.
Okay.
Sending codex scanners to your inbox. These will be essential in locating the Shatterlock pieces out there on the plains.
Yeah, I've described Path of Exile as a needle in a haystack game. These guys like physique aura. Okay, hold on. So my inbox, if I want to access it, I thought I had an icon up here. Here? Okay, so free codex scanner, right? Dreamer's Bond. Energy region. Is that better than the thing I have?
Tenno, Lua has felt my touch as I have felt its in return. Rescuing Lua and you from the void may be changing this place. The void stirs and shakes Lua to its core, exposing ancient halls long since abandoned. Smelling possible treasure, the Grenier
So giving
Worm
everyone
Queen
a
ordered her troops to
good
descend
energy
upon these
region thing
newly
right
exposed
away lets the
halls.
game play like
They
it's
were
supposed to
instantly
more
corrupted by
quickly.
its
I've gotten the
long-dormant
sense that I've
origin
never
in the last
had like the
century.
amount of energy region
The
necessary to
secrets
make
that
any of
lie
the frames
buried
I've
here
tried
are
actually play as
yours,
intended.
not theirs. Infiltrate the Uvarium and Circulus. Survive the corrupted, and we will reclaim those secrets together.
Okay. So I think I got all the stuff. Yeah, like this is horrifying to me. Actions. First of all, what the fuck? But then this thing on the right, like, I feel like that's such an important thing. It should be a giant glowing thing on the corner once you first unlock it, but okay, it's fine. So we take the new guy that I just unlocked. Did I not pull it out of my inventory successfully? Dreamer's Bond. It's also like dirt cheap to equip by default. And then if I wanted to upgrade it, I guess there's no, should I just get rid of physique? Is it like completely useless to me now? Oh, my capacity. I've got tons of capacity now. Huh. What did they change about that to make that? Okay, we haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna see if I can remember how to do it. So dissolve into endos, fusion, enhance a mod by fusing endo. Okay. It's fine. And I need 320 to do it again. Keep one of each. Is it a problem that I have this one that I'm not using anymore? And I spent a bunch of time upgrading it. I can't like pull the upgrades off of it while keeping this physique guy. It's fine. Okay. So if I just roll with this, it's fine. 0.25 energy region per sec, 1.25 health region per sec versus the old thing was 17% max health. Yeah, that does seem pretty good. Okay. Is there other stuff that I should equip now that like I have so much capacity that I didn't have before? Why do I have so much capacity? Is that just like a rebalanced thing that they did? Low in equilibrium. Oh, is it that my stuff that was flawed got unequipped? Is that what happened? Okay. I don't remember what it was. It may have been those things. Really, I don't have room for everything. Oh, I don't need enemy sense anymore? Okay. Yeah, that was pretty frustrating because it made it really hard for me to tell what was going on. That's a good change that they made. I don't know if ability duration is super relevant. Continuity helps with a 2 uptime. All right. So everything I have equipped except for flow has been upgraded, which is the reason why I did it that way. I think that makes sense. Continuity should go here because that's that kind of slot, right? I guess I don't have anything else that goes in this kind of slot for the discount. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then let's look at my other stuff, because I inevitably had flawed stuff equipped over here. Or maybe not as much as I thought I did. Critical chance. I guess I don't really have room to equip anything else, do I? I guess the reason I have room to equip stuff is just due to rebalancing in this case, not because I previously had something that was flawed. I guess I can wait until I can afford Chilling Grasp. That's not too far off. Although, can I even do anything to make this have more capacity now that I've already maxed it? There's not much else to add. Okay. Thank you. Deimos, I haven't put anything on. I'm probably just not going to worry about it for now. And I have this little sword that I'm probably almost never going to use. Molten Impact presumably was previously flawed. Beaver Strike. Pressure Point. Oh, it's already equipped. Okay. Does this seem like what I had equipped? Is there anything on here that's obvious that I should have on here? Polarizing a slot resets the gears level. Reach, that looks right. Let's see if anything else on here needs to get on there. North wind. Sure. Alright, and that fills me out, and I'm probably not actually practically going to be using a Deimos most of the time, but I assume the reason this is here okay, I have to get to content where, like, everything doesn't die in one press. It feels like it's really hard to be in the Goldilocks zone in this game. Either everything is base roll, or everything's way too hard. And then, like, I feel like you need to be in the Goldilocks zone where it's right in the middle so you can learn the game mechanics. Okay, shatter lock pieces. If there's anything else you notice that I should be doing today, feel free to let me know. Literally a level 1 quest, okay.
Sire,
But this leads to the focus unlock that I need anyway? That's actually really funny.
I was there. I might be able.
Yeah, so last episode I would have needed to do this anyway, even though it wasn't required at any point in the main
You
progression.
both went out on the plains that day, but only you returned. You expect me to believe this had nothing to do with what happened in our early summers?
Hey, Jerry Bubbles, thank
Then
you.
I rejected your iron flower. Your proposal.
Well, that's wise of them, if it's, like, actually really necessary. So it sounds like that's the main thing they've done with the rebalance pass, is made things mandatory that probably should be mandatory, instead of requiring the player to, like, find all the needles in the haystack. Yeah. Okay. I think my question that I was constantly asking in the last 30 hours of Warframe is, how the fuck was I supposed to know that, right? How was I supposed to know to do that? And the feeling that you could just sit and play this game wrong for like 1,000 hours and just have missed out on most of the crucial stuff and not realize it. Okay, sounds good. Codex scanner. It's nice for them to have a little reminder there. Why not select it?
Excellent, Tenno. There should be more in this area.
And all these open world maps are relatively new in terms of like my first episode playing the
You found
game.
another shard. Keep looking. That's it. There's no more shards here.
Play the game when the content was added. Yeah, right. Read the update hyping up the thing that they're adding, and then go do it at the time.
Crawl if you have to. I need more glass. It is the key to a power I've never seen. The power.
How do I switch back to my weapon here? It's been a while. Oh, here we go. It's almost heck. Okay, F button, that's right. And I want to be running 2 most of the time, right? That's just passive damage to everything around me.
We have here more fertilizer.
When I first played, these areas were newish and only useful to players near the end game.
Bloated corpse will blend nicely with the excrement on my crops.
Hooray! Comcast was able to fix it. They're later than I would have liked them to be, but at least we get to play a little bit. If I recall correctly, detonating my glass wall if my 2 is up should refresh the duration on my 2. Is that right? Where's this guy? I don't know where this guy's shooting me from. Oh, I see. Get out of here.
We have everything we came for. Back to extraction.
Okay. It's really cool. It sounds like basically all of my complaints over the last 30 hours have been at least somewhat addressed. Maybe not all of them. Maybe there's still stuff that's weird, but... Okay. So I feel like relatively urgently I should be trying to get another focus lens, or you're saying that eventually I'm going to get missions where it's just going to give me like a consumable that gives me more focus XP than I would get from having multiple focus lens equipped in the first place? Focus lenses.
What was Vahek talking about back there? What power is he after?
My team has been cooking since Rebecca and new leads took
He
over.
found the remains
That's great to
of
hear.
Unum's champion, a woman of glass. He studied her, obsessed about her ancient secrets.
Has the player base generally been cool with that?
Swore us to secrecy. The secret held until the Granier captured.
I commented before that games like this have the problem that they have to like cater to the people that are already tolerant of the way that it is, right? So time spent improving the quality of life or new player experience is sometimes seen as time wasted by
Could he have
the
taken
hardcore
Uncle
player
prisoner
base.
too? Do you think he'd make a trade? This coffer for my uncle? No. No.
That is a little weird. I would
Never go
agree with that,
against everything
Tyrannon.
Uncle
And also not knowing that
The
it's so
sanctity
like
of our
crazy
people's
powerful.
home Of Cetus. Tenno, you'll need to find the remaining shards.
I've
Oh, that's really
tracked
good to
some
hear.
off-world shipments to a galleon in orbit. Heck may be guarding any key shards he's found up there.
This game seems like it has an enormous amount of like insanely interesting content. It's like there's a master artist who's been painting a beautiful painting on the wall and just kind of like covering the beautiful painting with their body so you physically can't see it from far away, and then there's a bunch of other people just lobbing spaghetti at the wall all around that person.
What does that mean? This galleon is huge. Think.
Anko would have known what to do.
Each fragment responds to a unique harmony.
Yeah, I probably want to not be in group missions. Although if this is a low-level mission, it's probably fine because there's realistically not other. There's like the people I'd be playing with are newbies as well.
I'll perform a broad frequency sweep.
No, I think we were gonna save no clip until I was finished. People are less worried about the future of the game.
Sire, that worked! Onko wasn't the only one with a sharp mind. We are elevated by your work and his. Your marriage was a boon to Cetus.
It wasn't always easy. Cetus came first. Always. Things were missed. Special days. Anniversaries. But it was a duty. And a privilege.
Duty. Oh yeah, son of X-Bat might be dead. Let's see.
Hello? Is it my birth interval? Such a gift. But I have a surprise for you. You greasy metal maggot!
Yeah. I guess I still have kind of the idea that a mission like this, especially since it's a level 1 mission, is not actually encouraging me to fight people at all, and never has. Which is fine.
Surprise! Surprise! A gleaming maggot swarmed into my ship. Well, let's see you slip out of this one. What? You pathetic meat piles! Can't you stop one puny maggot from squirming away?
Not a puny maggot who has been playing for 30 very confused hours. Turns out. Alright, this shit. Scan the glass shard. So I'm still, everything involved with scanning these glass shards is one of the things a new player will be asked to do immediately, still, right? Okay, so we go Q, codex scanner.
Tenno, we've recovered all of the shards Vahek discovered. Get to extraction.
If I recall correctly, Atomos is still gaining XP, even if I am not actively using it, just by having it in the mission with me. But maybe it gets more if I get kills with it. I guess I should use it. I guess I probably get so little XP from killing random guys that I just shouldn't even think about it at all. Like, don't spend any brain power on that. Gain XP if teammates get kills but not solo. Okay, that's right. I guess if everything's dying in one hit, I may as well use the thing that is going to get XP versus the thing that's not. Okay. How does it work? Is it like with the symmetric gun? press and hold it, and enemies nearby just get hit.
There's only one piece left.
Okay,
Perhaps
yeah.
digging in the Central Plains. I recall Uncle finding a few interesting artifacts in the region of...
That crater lake where we used to fish. That place where Uncle's catch got eaten on the line by a...
Oh, that massive hookta.
My neck
And
thing
we had
is
to haul him out.
good, if I recall
We
correctly.
spent the whole day drying his notebooks. That was a good day.
Elements.
I think I know where we should look. Doha, Doha. While it is dark, the Grenier won't be there.
Operator, no! Have you lost your mind?
Remind me, what does removing it in the chair do again? This game is it's a video game. It's definitely a video game. It is what happens when you put out an update every so often with no regard for whether a new person walking
I'll
into it
never
can make
know
any
what
sense of
happened
it.
to him. I don't even want to open that box now. It won't change a thing.
The only use for the
I
neck thing
wouldn't
is to make an
blame you if you
infested
turn
pet.
back.
No. I need to know.
Oh, it's like the, what is it, the Pokeroos in Pokemon? Okay.
Evacuation flights have been rescinded. You'll stay out here all night, if that's what it takes. Find that piece before an Eidolon finds you!
I think I've shared it in a previous episode, the little, like,
The Eidolons are all that
mouse
remains of the
maze
great
depiction of what I think
city
Warframe feels
destroyed.
like to play. It's crazy.
Its spirit rises and haunts
I feel like if you're willing to
a mighty
master
beast trying to
everything,
rebuild
it's
itself.
probably completely
Watch out.
amazing and super addictive and has thousands of hours of content.
Don't fight it. You can only run.
This is a game that was created for, like, Hermes Conrad in Futurama to figure out.
Your Warframe is no match for that thing.
You have to solve... To play this game for 5 hours, like, get into your office in the central bureaucracy. Wait, we want to switch to this gun. Which is probably less brain space.
Drawn to the Grenier. Can you get to the excavation site? It has to be in there.
Is ammo still a thing that I have to think about? I guess it was like a thing that I almost didn't have to think about 99% of the time, right? Some guns, yes. Okay. And that's essentially a change though, right?
You have it. Uncle's final piece to the shutter lock.
There's another way out of that cave. Away from the Terrorist.
Tenno, I'm having orders pull you out. Get to the extraction point.
Well, it's not like spreadsheets and maths and calculations. It's a needle in a haystack game, but instead of it being a haystack, it's like
Ignore the monster. Stop that Tenno
all of the haystacks on an aircraft carrier, on all levels of the aircraft carrier. Just piles of hay filling the entire volume of the aircraft carrier, and there's like, you know, 100,000 needles scattered throughout the haystacks, but it's mostly hay by volume. There's still a lot of needles. You can find a lot of needles. Find the image I made forever ago. Thanks.
Konzo, you should know. You were the best friend he ever had. I'm ready. Open the box.
Sire, you kept my flower.
Oh, Uncle.
Oh, I should just read through the
You
unread
always
mail to get it to
told
go
me I
away.
should try following my heart instead of my head. Shola, I guess it's time I did.
I've already shared it on stream before, so if you want to see the thing I'm talking about, I posted it in stream chat just now.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Quest complete. Okay.
A second frequency sweep on Onko's glass revealed blueprints for Gara, the legendary
Hey, that's
glass
me.
warrior who sacrificed herself to protect
Are they actually
Cities.
recommending Gara
Onko
as
was wise
a
to ensure this
early
information
frame now?
reaches. The Ostrons are grateful, and so am I. Once again, the path ahead is yours to determine. My supplementary message should make that path more clear. A second frequency sweep on Onko's glass revealed blueprints for Gara, the legendary glass warrior
Yeah,
who
got it,
sacrificed
got
her-
it, got it. Oops. Just clear all these messages.
Greetings from Fortuna. Word of good deeds travels.
Hey, thank you, Raki. Appreciate that.
Planets. Visiting Austron traders.
Shotgun ribbon mod. Activate or equip this ribbon to unveil its or to reveal its unveiling challenge. So this is a mod that does something special, but it's going to give me a challenge that I have to complete in order to get the ability that it does or to see what it does. Is that how that works? Yeah, thanks very much, Rocky. If you're interested in participating in Subblock, shoot me a Twitch Whisper or a Discord DM with a game you'd like to see me play for about an hour, and I can get you set up. Zenuric, 0 out of 18 unlocked. Oh, this just lets me get here without having to make my way all the way back here? Okay. But I need 25k. All right, but I am getting Focus XP. That's cool. Okay, hold on. Upgrade.
If I may say,
Shotgun
operator,
ribbon
your chosen
mod.
Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
Currently, you have 15 ribbon slots available. Once you do this, it will require its own ribbon slot. Is this a permanent choice? Is there any reason not to do this? Just ignore it. Okay. Sorry, I'm really amused at ribbon slots. Of course, you have 15 ribbon slots. Yeah, no fucking shit. To save ribbon slots. What, can I, like, get it out of the ribbon slot once it's in the ribbon slot? Okay. Okay, so things are better. Okay, here we go. Am I gonna get pushed to do the quills thing through story progress? This place is cool. The place with a cool, like, mining song from forever ago. The sudden, like, burst of extremely high effort, like, cutscening that then wasn't replicated for another 10 hours. This game needs to be studied in a lab. It's interesting.
I know where the taxman keeps the good stuff. If you're up for that sort of thing, boss, head topside. She means well. Don't want to see nothing bad happen to us workers. But there was a time she had another name. Fox Solaris. The voice of the resistance. The voice of Solaris United. She stood up for us. Said how wrong the soul is. She always said Solaris United was all of us. but it weren't nothing without her. When the trouble happened, Neff did try to identify her. What he did to the others.
Chance of it being useful is small.
What happened on deck 12? She's always been kind to me. What happened to them was never her fault.
Is there still inexplicable white pickups that I have to manually go up to and click on? Or do they make those auto pickup?
Can't work to pay it off.
Or make
so
them
I got
stand
no
out more?
augmentations, and I can't buy augmentations on account of all my debt. Vicious cycle, right?
Okay.
So, here I am. Selling
It's okay.
useless scrap at the edge of a cooling canal.
I'm willing to delve into this game and try to understand. It's honestly, it's enjoyable just to see how insane it is. Like, it's funny to me seeing, oh yeah, you know, this will use up one of your 15 ribbon slots, but if you want to know what the unveiling challenge is, you have to equip it. Like, what? Okay. Why are you like this? Why is this the way you choose to be, Warframe?
You ever been out on the Valis, boss? She's a
It's like
miracle,
entering the
she is.
mind of a
A
madman.
blizzard in a firestorm. All thanks to the magic of rebooted Orican tech. And the blood
I want to make
and
a,
the
like,
sweat
Barkley
of so
Shut Up and
many
Jam guide
thousands of
into,
Solaris.
like, parody of Warframe. I think that would be really
You know
funny.
what Yuriko always says.
I guess that game exists. It's called
He
Warframe.
says,
Welcome to Venus. It'll kill ya.
Oh, that's
Thursby,
cool.
what's going on? You keeping your nose clean?
Yuriko?
Ribbon slots, not to be confused with Schmiven
Just giving
slots.
a tour to my shiny boss here, you know, earning a wage any way I can.
Alright then, Thursby. Just don't let this outworlder get you into trouble.
I need something I can sell, you know? Spare parts, quality merchandise, see? I know where the corpus drops. Sneak and peek, boss. Crates full of the good stuff should be nearby.
Okay, so these missions are all pointing me towards open world content, which in previous streams was entirely irrelevant to me, but is now substantially more relevant to me, I think.
Outstanding. Yuriko would just loosen up.
Okay, that is actually what I need to find.
On the
Okay.
regular. What else can you find?
I see. That feels very Path of Exile-y. It's very interesting to try to understand the things in common and not in common between this game and Path of Exile. They're kind of in a similar space, but also like super different.
Amazing! With this haul, won't be just my debts getting paid off. You're gonna make more than one Solaris happy today, boss.
I don't know if the other one can be higher up. That's why I'm not seeing it. No, your ability to travel vertically is actually kind of insane in this game, right? Oh, yeah. So I can teleport. That's right. Good call. Oh, but that uses energy to do the teleport. Okay. Energy that's unique to the operator, though. If anyone sees the thing I'm looking for, feel free to just speak up. I don't know if there's actually more than 3 here. Oh, that's cool. Smokestack. Oh, I see. Death Cube, 26.
Why stop here? With your power, we could hit Nev hard. Make him pay for all he's done to us. Blow up his precious coolant tower before he's even had a chance to show it off to his mucking board.
Thursby? What are you thinking? You're on an unsecured channel. You want a corpus spy drone hearing what you're up to?
I see.
Muckers.
You can switch back and then fly.
Got no choice.
That's pretty cool.
Tenno, you got Thursby into this mess, so you can damn well help him out of it.
I do feel like the core gameplay and movement mechanics and stuff are the foundation upon which the entire game is built. Like they made this pretty solid engine that feels really good to play in. And then we're like, well, okay, now we have to make a game around it. And the way we're gonna make a game is through very, very, very slowly. Does it not work the way I think it does? Very slowly, just adding content and content and content and content and things to do. Okay, I probably need to find another way to get out of the water. It's very funny at this stage in the game having a whole bunch of different buttons that all make enemies die and trying to decide which button I want to press to make the enemies die. I'm sure there's a point where it's okay, now I need to press 4 because now is the best, now I have the most enemy density, that it makes the most sense to make my glass wall to blow up all these guys. And here I should quickly switch to the shotgun because I know this enemy is weak against impact damage or whatever. This is the perfect enemy to melee, but it also just kind of feels like, hey, here's 6 things. One of them just makes everything die faster, so just press and hold that button and you're fine. Oh, I can fast travel by holding M. Okay, thank you. Oh, does my, ability to aim like that? I'm not sure I understand. I can only go slowly like that, glide for a certain amount of time before I go back to normal speed. Okay. I guess I haven't been open world to notice it before. That's a big head.
Nearby. Ground it. And I'll see if I can still hack one of these things. Hold on, Tenno. Been a while since I did this.
Tell the drone to reboot.
Keep him off the drone till I'm finished.
Pick up focus orbs when they spawn. Are they a thing I have to manually interact with, like the white stars, or do I just walk next to them and that picks them up? I didn't see them. Let's run over them.
Take out as many as you can.
And that's the much more substantial XP than I would get for each individual kill, I guess.
You're a bright spark and no mistake. Could have used you back in the... Don't let me catch you running more missions for Thursby, understood?
Do they despawn after a while or something? Is there still one lying around that I didn't pick up? I do despawn. Okay. Spawn very frequently. Go into clan, use the real-time delay crafting to make a couple things with the recipes you can only get from a clan HQ. Alright. It's so interesting because, you know, I play a game like RuneScape, right? Which is also a huge game with, like, thousands, if not tens of thousands of things to do. Most of the stuff is relevant, but there is still some dead content, right? There is some hay in addition to the needles. But I don't know, I guess a game like that is just structured in a way where I'm gonna be like, okay, well, like, I'm gonna pick a task, I'm gonna, like, train mining or something, right? And then once I decide I'm gonna train mining, the size of the game shrinks, and I can be like, well, let me go look for copper to mine, because I know I'm level 1 mining, so that's the only thing I can mine, right?
Hi, boss. Yuko says that if I try anything like that again, she'll rip me arms off herself. But, look at this! Yesterday, didn't have enough lucre to stay out of repo. Now, I got what I need to open my own shop. Get me head out of the red. All I need is a ripe hook. Something to set old Thursby apart. Something...
Thursby's a really cool looking character.
Oh, almost forgot. Biz heard of what you did. Said he wanted to speak with you. Lower parts, get a head start. If you're building a cart with...
This whole area is, like, really fucking cool.
Ah, the Tenno Utico mentioned. How do you do out well there?
Incredible
My
character
mission
design.
is to conserve this region's unique species. You know, before the corpus drive them to extinction. I'm known as the business. Utico calls me Biz. I wasn't always about the preservation of life, more the strategic deletion of it. Conservation may be my calling now. The scales still require an occasional...
I do like most of them, like, the robot part is their head.
Looking for some work.
It's, like, so backwards from sci-fi, it's good. Yeah, so, like, is clan stuff worth messing around with, though? Because I feel like there's already a lot of complicated things for me to try to interface with.
I'm averse to getting your hands dirty. Send a message. I've learned that the head of the Corpus Repo Squad has made a hit list of indebted Solaris. Before his goons can do their thing, I've got a K-bomb with his name on it.
Biz! That's not what we discussed. Wait. There's a repo list? Who's on it? Crap. Okay. Fine. But we do this my way. No K.
So when you say ransack it, like, am I actually taking things from, like, your fellow clansmates, or is it just, like, respawning resources that apply to everybody?
We do this quietly, and maybe, just maybe, Neff doesn't find out. Biz, this isn't the old days. We've got no leverage now. All we can do is try to save our people from getting ground up by the bureaucracy.
I see.
People are already getting ground up, UD. Debt on debt, accident by accident, repo by repo. How many even...
Should I make a solo clan, or is, like, I'm not playing the game over a long enough time period? Like, do you, like, rep up in it or something from killing enemies?
Know who to hide from this repo squad. Oh, that's not the good noise. Pull that data now, Sparky, or it's gone.
Shit.
File. Okay. Okay. God. Biz, this says they're going after exactly a field team. Today.
They're already overdue for a check-in. Outworlder, you need to find my team before next Repo Squad does.
Okay. That's the thing? Okay. So, you get bonus focus when you pick up the thing. But then... Is the 5,000 substantially more than the focus I'd get from killing the enemies after picking it up? I could get some free endo, since you haven't done any ascension ceremonies yet. But I'd have to stay in the clan for a few days.
They were in debt because they chose the calling of conservation over filling Neff's pockets.
That meme about math being a mistake, like statements made by the deranged.
This isn't our team. We need more info.
Statements
Search the
dreamed up by
bodies.
the deranged.
Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails. Accessing buffer.
And I am gonna get a big like HUD thing pointing at the focus pickup when it's available, it seems like.
Password. No. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions.
You have a time limit here.
I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary.
I think I saw it
control,
once a second
coordinates,
ago.
reports, Blah blah blah.
The survivors are being held nearby, awaiting processing.
And it drops from
Yukiko,
enemies?
We don't have long.
Not again. Listen, Sparky. I need you to get in there and get our people back. And you don't need to be nice about it. Here we are. Find any survivors. Get them out. Here come the taxmen.
Need more energy. I still feel like the game doesn't do a great job of giving you feedback when you press a button that requires energy and don't have energy. Like, I'd like it to have like a loud like ah noise or something. There's like a little clunk noise. It barely stands out against the background to me. There's one. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. So how many enemies would I have to kill during this buff to get another 5,000? Or does it depend on other factors? This is a game where I still don't know that I understand how the scaling works. It feels like there is some scaling going on, right? Like, attack time reduced. Oh, that's nice. So you can do it faster if you kill certain dedicated enemies. Lens converts 2% of Gara's earned XP into focus. Normally 50% goes into the Warframe, with 1% of all to be converted by the lens. Then the 5,000 is just free on top of that, basically. I need to have the 2 up before I press the 4 in the 1.
Quite a stunt you pulled with that young
Kills with frame abilities are worth more focus. Okay.
Thursby.
Oh no. Tenno, you have to get back here before they get to him.
Okay.
Hey, fellas.
Let me add a note here about
You just
holding
missed a
M to
wee
fast
bit.
travel.
Oh, I didn't do
Hold
nothing.
M to fast travel on
understand.
big maps.
Stop!
The orb multiplies the conversion rate by 10. Okay. But depending on how much XP I'm getting per kill, it could be substantial. I could get as much or close to the 5,000 base that I'm getting from just picking up the orb. The stuff I'm doing right now is worth doing, right? Like, I'm just kind of following the objective markers as they pop up. Is that fine?
I was supposed to protect him and
Okay,
now he's
cool.
in pieces.
It's kind of the, like, core anxiety with playing this game. Like, am I wasting my fucking time? Can't tell. It's fun. I'm happy to shoot guys, right?
Letting you get involved. Why did I listen to Biz? Maybe it's not too late to impress Neff before his big unveiling. Appeal to his mercy. Show him what we can do. Get topside.
Oh, the fast travel's new. That's one of the new quality of life things they added.
Remember, friends, forego hard work for cheating and stealing, and the void does not just the collective.
Neff's pushing ahead with activating that coolant tower, but it's not ready. My engineers need a mineral, Amarast, to counter the inevitable heat cascade.
Yeah. I tried Saren for a little bit, but it seemed like it was too endgamey of a frame.
Maybe we stop the entire.
Like,
atlas
depends
from
on already
being
having
bathed
built
in
an
sun.
energy engine to really work. As close as I'm gonna get. Okay. Scales with enemy density, right?
Amarast, do you not understand? Nothing you do will make Neff kind. The more you give, the more he'll take. When you rise up, people get hurt. But if we let that fear divide us, it will only get worse.
Yeah, that seems pretty hard without
I saw
fast
a
travel.
Unico I haven't seen for years back there. Fortuna needs that Unico back. We need Fox.
Is this game, are like quest lines and story beats written by like completely different teams and like developers and the like? Because I felt like the whole side bit about, you know, finding and naming your operator felt like it mostly followed. It still had a lot of like dialogue from NPCs who I didn't recognize, who I didn't felt like were super well introduced. But it had kind of a self-contained thing going on here. I mean, obviously while I'm streaming and I'm talking a lot over the dialogue, I'm not paying super close attention, but it gives me the vibe that the game is like too fast paced for it to pause for a second and like give me an introductory cutscene and be like, hey, here's who this person is. This is what their deal is. I need energy to pop it, fuck. I just have to protect this guy, right? That's all. So what's the minimum energy amount I need to be able to cast 4-2-1? Or I guess 2-4-1. Try to watch it next time I do it here. Ow. Yeah, I still don't have my energy engine up. Maybe I'll get it once I get these focus abilities next time I go back to my ship. And I haven't seen a focus thing spawn in a while, right? I'm just making sure I'm not, like, missing them. Yeah. Have they changed anything about the damage numbers? Like even just kind of mildly? I feel like I'm having an easier time telling where damage is coming from than I was before, but maybe that's just recency bias. Yeah. It's a lot easier for me to tell, like, different sources of damage, which that was a huge problem for me before. Like, player feedback was probably my #1 problem on my list of problems for Warframe, was like, I can't tell what's happening. Like there, it was pretty obvious that I wasn't doing damage because I wasn't in the bubble with this guy, right? Because I've just become accustomed to see these numbers pop up all the time. Okay, that was 30. That was... I need 20 to throw my little 1 shard, I think. Oh, I have to bring a cylinder. Where do I find cylinders? Is it these guys? Thanks. Hopefully my time limit's not screwed here. We'll see. The damage number change is gigantic. You can tell the difference between crits, different damage types. I can try meleeing some dudes. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I think that that's huge for the combat feeling better. This is the first time I've actually made me sit down and just like do combat for a while, so.
That should be enough. Get to the cooling tower before Neff turns on the juice.
Solaris, the investor showcase is tomorrow, and you lot still maintain the coolant tower is not ready. Have you no
Oh, that's cool.
faith? My test run will commence
I didn't realize
now,
that
and the
auto
board
melee wasn't
shall
already
know
a
it
thing.
was
That's
I,
nice.
Nathaniel,
Wait, so
who
that's...
brought the
I can hold it
glory
down,
of
but
the
also there's a button I can press that just uses my melee weapon without having to actively swap to my melee weapon? Is that what the difference is?
Neff's gonna trigger a heat cascade if he boots that coolant tower up without the Amarast. He's going to get us all killed.
Enemies escalate
Hurry.
continuously. Let's see.
Solaris, why isn't it working? Fix this!
It's too late. Come back to Fortuna, Tenno.
Solaris, this disaster is your bumbling. Present me your floor boss.
I am floor boss, Utico, FB9.
Guessing this quest was not designed with being able to fast travel to the exit.
Finally, one of you shows some backbone. Floor boss,
People used to bind
select 50 workers of low efficiency.
melee attack to the scroll wheel to
Have
just
them in
hold
front
it
of
down.
Fortuna for
It's funny to
repo.
spin it.
Their upgrades I shall bequeath to Solaris of greater efficiency. And for the failures, brain shelter.
Yeah, it feels pretty good now, actually.
Make your list. You have 1 orbit hour.
I think the game feel is actually, like, amazing, actually, now. Especially now that they've improved things like the numbers. Damage numbers.
Utico, you're not going through with this.
Not now, Biz.
I think the fast travel is why it won't let me in there, because they still have other dialogue they have to say. Okay, here we go. Brain shelving.
Ever since Neff crushed Solaris United,
It's so cool that they all have like human arms, like the worst possible thing to be fleshy.
keeping him happy. Thought it was the only way to keep people safe. It's not working. Biz is right. Someone needs to say something. Do something. Listen, you don't have to help. You can leave Fortuna and never come back. Wouldn't blame you. This isn't your fight. But, Sparky, Neff's massing his troops outside our doors, and you're the only thing standing between us and bloody oblivion.
I'll help.
Knew I could trust you. Take this. There's a present in there for the mucking taxman. Why don't you deliver it to them?
So why was I sent here as opposed to anywhere else? Is this also somewhere that would be pretty early on a new player experience track? I mean, this is a cool place to come, and like this is a place I think you want to show off to new players as soon as possible because of the really cool intro cutscene when you first visit, right? Okay.
What are you trying to do, Utica?
How does it... Have they completely gotten rid of junctions then? Like, how do you get planet progress now?
Where's my cable?
Or they just overhauled how they work?
Where's my 50 Solaris, Fortuna? You're wasting my time. Who do you think you are?
That's really smart. Okay. I think that that's the way they should have done it the whole time.
Now, Sparky, get that case as close as you can to them.
Yeah. Just do a story track to do the junctions. You get AoE damage. Every time I shatter, like, not only am I increasing the duration on my 2, but I'm increasing the damage for the AoE around me. Okay. This is the first time I've had enough energy to feel like I could make that bigger and bigger and bigger. That feels really fun, actually. That's, now I'm out of energy, but that was neat while I was doing it. So is the blue damage numbers are my aura around me, is that right? Oh, there's an orb. Thanks. Sorry, I don't want to junk on the screen. Well, attunement quests are fine. I don't mind attunement as a concept, but like the way they used to work was so stupid and weird and arbitrary, right? And like you think that the point of junctions would be to try to get the player to experience specific. I think that's just gonna spawn forever until I go interact with this thing. Okay. Bad.
Give him hell for Thursby.
We are the used, employed, the indebted. We are Solaris, united. And this cannot
Yeah, sorry. There's I think that this game being a needle in a haystack game is a fractal problem. At some point your brain just learns to look for the thing the game wants me to do when there's combat, right? I'm used to like, oh, there's combat, so I should kill all the guys, and then it's gonna tell me to do something. But frequently, you're not even supposed to kill all the guys, right?
I will find you.
Now I'm just doing combat, because it says defend the gate. Okay, let me try to keep my eyes on the left side of the screen to notice that.
Whoever you are, you don't know what hell you've brought upon your people.
Really excited to get my energy engine up, because that was pretty fun when I was able to press the button like 3 times in a row.
Sparky, not worth it. Get back in here. Ned won't risk destroying Fortuna with that
Good-looking
orb.
guy.
We've bought the time we need.
You're supposed to kill all the guys as the exception rather than the rule, right?
I'm going to replace the lot of you with mowers. In the meantime, Prophet Taker here will make sure you stay good
Moas.
and planted.
I owe you an apology, Yudi. And if you see Vox, pass along my thanks.
No, Biz. Thank you.
So literally everything I'm doing today are quests that have been in the game since I started, right?
And we will.
Literally since the first
We
episode.
just poked a Kubradon, and if we don't show him who's in charge, we're
Like,
lunch.
that was March 2021 was my first episode. It's crazy.
Sparky, Solaris United's just getting started. Neff won't want us messing with his investor showcase. He's planted that orb mother out there to make sure we stay in here. But now is the time to press for leverage. Head to the surface when you're ready. I've arranged a little something for you.
Doke.
Roki lent us her personal K-drive. Fastest board in the Vallis. See if you can't slip right past that spider mama.
It's really close. Oh, that's fun.
Accelerator, Sparky. No hope of outgunning that orb.
But can I also, like, just fast travel there? It's funny.
How's the ride? If you want one, see Roki when this is all over.
It's pretty cool. So they're like letting you try it out, essentially. Basically an open world mount.
We made it. Time to give Neff a taste of repossession. Patch me into the coolant tower's control system.
Corpus engineers, what's going on
Defend
down there?
the
I've
console,
lost
I read the
control of
thing.
The coolant tower. The investors are watching. Acknowledge.
You never had control, Neth Anyo. This tower is Solaris United property. We deal with it as we please.
You weasels picked the wrong day for collective
Get the super
bargaining.
capitalist.
Corpus kill squads, converge on the
Little line.
control cluster at once. Investors, everything is under control.
Let's turn up the heat on Neff.
Are you freeloaders trying to damage my coolant
Oh,
tower?
we're off it.
Oh, of course. All your groveling has moved the bleed-heart Tenno to come to your aid. No matter. My kill squads will carry you all
Space
swiftly
ninjas.
to the vault.
Occasionally do industrial sabotage for union rights.
You have been warned. Say goodbye to your precious terraforming project.
investors!
I don't know. I wish that wasn't
Enjoy
yellow.
this display of security prowess. Rest
I'm used to
assured
there being a
your
yellow thing on the
investment is
screen all the
protected.
time for like the objective I'm defending or whatever. I'll learn. It's fine. So Nomic, the plan tomorrow was to stream an hour earlier than I normally do. So if you look in the events tab in Discord, it'll update to your time zone. If I went 3 hours earlier, so 2 hours earlier than what's displayed in Discord, would you be able to make that? Just to make up for the time lost today? Or is that too long?
Solaris United. In the name of the void.
Okay, I'll plan to just do that then. That means I'll stitch today's episode on the first 2 hours of tomorrow's episode. And then do another 6 hours after that, which should be fine.
Stop the repossessions. Acknowledge our work. Honor the age-old accord between Solaris and Corpus.
So in this case, tower overheat is a good value, right? I want the tower to overheat, but I don't want the console that's overheating the tower to get exploded. And the main way I get in energy, since I don't have an energy region engine, is finding orbs that enemies drop on the ground.
Blow that tower, and you'll destroy Fortuna.
Fortune is what dies with us, Nathaniel. And we know that to men like you, poverty
Nathaniel is just pronouncing Nathaniel wrong.
than death.
I guess it's like, why are they sometimes spawning all the way at the edge of the screen like that? Are they not dropping from enemies? Just to make sure I don't I have to deliberately go pick them up, I guess.
Wait. Fine. I'll hold the repossession. Is that what you want?
Really sucks when you like slightly miss detonating your wall.
Never forget, Solaris makes the Valor's work. No Solaris, no Valor's. Do we have an understanding?
Yes. I understand.
Union negotiations.
All I needed to hear. Sparky, drop the Amarest in. Fingers crossed this even works.
So it just detects whether or not you're in combat and then spawns them somewhere randomly nearby. Okay. Might go back to my ship in a second just to spend, because I probably have enough to get a couple focus upgrades now.
This is just a minor hiccup. Some minor labor relation issues.
Oh, just
to
in a
deal with.
mission.
Understand, right?
Huh.
Right? Where are you going?
I wonder what the developer intent with that is. They want you to occasionally get distracted.
Returning to normal. That did it. Well then, Sparky. Looks like SU is back. Only a matter of time. If it wasn't me, someone else would have done it. Meanwhile,
What are these purple
you
things on the
come
ground? Is
see me
that just
anytime.
ammo? Okay.
Solaris United's got plenty of work for you.
It doesn't help with the garbage problem that there's so much of it that I just don't care about most of the time. Thanks for the cool hoverboard. Sec, I'm just setting tomorrow's stream earlier. I want you to AFK on a defense mission for XP. That's what I was wondering. Like, that seems like there's got to be something going on. Because that doesn't feel like a natural mechanic to kind of try to enforce. K-Drive launcher. So I can fast travel from in here. I can leave Fortuna, right? Alright, I forgot I can do this from my main menu. I don't have to come back here. Okay, so focus. The Nuric. Energy Pulse. Which is pretty good, right? So wait, I've unlocked the ability to put points into this, right? Or did I get a... I have rank 0. Okay. Now I need 60,000 focus, and I have to go do the quills. Okay, sure. Needed that anyway. And the quills is on Earth Cetus, if I remember correctly. Let me go ahead and equip that stupid Riven mod.
Humans only get a few years to live, yet spend most of that time
Doing everything wrong.
learning how to live.
Kill 4 enemies with headshots. Okay. An inbox message that tells you about the quills. If I don't have an indicator for my inbox, how do I get to it? Communication? Garuda blueprint. This one. Okay.
You have new quests in your codex.
So it's somewhere here. Find a door like no other. Show that door your true self. Okay, so my true self is this lady. But there's just going to be a weird door somewhere in town, essentially. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a fast travel. There's not. Okay. And I think you said the way that I get more focus lenses is to do bounties on open world areas. I can't hold Control M for map. Does it have a marker? Is it supposed to have a marker? Okay. I really want to get my energy situation fixed. This is the quest guy that gives you bounties, right? This is a door, but not a door like no other. Okay. Because there's another stack of people up back there. I guess it's a hint in the sense of I already know that Quills is like an important NPC that I'm going to revisit a bunch of times in the future. No. Is it going to be anywhere on this giant map, like that big group of players up in the northwest corner? Path behind the quest giver guy. Like, am I looking for the blue dots that are up and to the right of where I am on the map there? Okay. Can I not go up? They're like below me. Okay. Here we go. I think. It only opens if you're in your operator form.
From memories of a past that is yet to be, the unknown knows you as
so this is really fucking important, but the inbox entry you get about it doesn't specifically mention the word quills.
a terrible ruin.
Okay, I said it addressed all my issues. It addressed a lot of my issues. That's cool to have this like little secret door that you can only open in operator mode.
We watch. We anticipate.
Trade sentient cores for quill standing, of course, naturally. Absolutely.
The history you will have.
If I had done the open world quest before, I would have had a quest objective pointing me to Cetus. It's prioritizing those quests instead now. I see. Okay, well, let's go back. What physically is happening when I press 5 to swap between operator and frame? Like, I was under the impression that my operator is physically on my ship and I'm like remotely piloting the frame, like psychically. Better beam for my operator. Does the game frequently want me to like mess around with playing as the operator? So I teleport back and forth between my ship and being in my Warframe is what's going on. Doing a psychic projection of my real form into the location where your frame exists. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I remember doing that quest, but it still wasn't clear to me exactly like what it was implying it happened. So I need 60k now, right? And that's it. Okay. Void magic.
When in Cetus,
Visit the Cambion Drift. Gets me a Shaku blueprint. Go ahead. You can do it. This has worked before. Because I haven't been there yet. Okay. I unlocked the mission by doing either of these two to get to that area. Alright, hold on. I have notes about this. Been a while. Infestation. One of these I never want to do. One of them I always want to do. Yeah, I don't have notes about it. This would be faster. Okay. You get like 4 headshots. Don't forget to unveil the ribbon. I want them to make a separate product that's Warframe
We
2.
received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations
That a
is
different
here.
group
Find
of
them
folks
and
can play.
capture
It's
them.
targeted at a different target audience. It's all the same setting, all the same lore, all the same universe, even some of the same quests and NPCs, but with a ton of shit like chopped out of here. Capture the target. Okay.
The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Shit. Warframe Rebirth Anniversary Edition,
We'll
Director's
interrogate the
Cut.
captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Riven unveiled. What's the whole mission?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Remember, I'm getting rep with certain factions because I aligned with them in a previous episode. I fucking love video games. Sobek Zeti Vexatron times 1.43 damage to Corpus, minus 93.9% weapon recoil, plus 87.7% electricity. MR11, so I can't use it, right? So is it not equipped then? Is it now just available? Is that good? I have to see my Riven slots. Now, where do I go to see my Riven slots? The typical Riven. Typical. Trash Riven for a pretty decent weapon. Is the idea of Riven mods a relatively new concept? Only work in the weapon named Sobek. Okay, so they've been around for a while. I see. Because I finished the quest that added the War Within. And they're like, here's a tutorial for this concept. I don't need to kill guys like that anymore. Okay. I love the idea that this mission type kind of sucks because it requires you to kill a bunch of enemies on a diverse map, right? And why would you want to, like, do that?
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
I'm working on it. Okay, I'm seeing these now. I'm probably gonna stop noticing the white diamonds, so let me know if those spawn. Yeah, I've got plenty of time to forget how it works. I feel like they should probably, like, give you a Riven that you can use on whatever gun you have at the time you finish the quest, right? But then people would make new characters and farm that quest to get a useful mod for a gun that they know people use in the end game or something. I don't know. I think literally everything. So the idea of variable affixes on a piece of equipment is like super normal, right? Like tons of Diablo-like games do that. Being able to equip them on another item is also super normal. I guess it's part of what's challenging for me about this game. It's difficult for me to articulate what feels weird about Warframe in particular, when the specific bullet points, if you lay them out, it's like, yeah, you've done that in a million games. That's not a problem. It's the way you're like onboarded or not onboarded into stuff, I guess.
If it's useful, do it.
I'm very, very amused at the go pick up the orb that spawns occasionally on the map to discourage AFK play. Because I understand it, I could see them adding it, I could see being like a really active Warframe player being annoyed that just AFKing the game is the correct way to play. Seeing them add that as an update and going, oh, that's a really cool way to encourage me to play more actively, right? And thinking nothing of it. Now it's like, really the main way I level up one of my core progression tracks is to walk on a golden thing every so often?
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
It feels like there's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years of history behind, or however old this game is. 9 years, 2013. In like every decision, right? The 5,000 bonus focus wasn't there originally. So like the fact that it's meta to just pick up the orb and then not really care about killing the enemies when you're a lower level hasn't always been the case. Yeah, which that version makes more sense to me. Yeah. Right, now I can do this. It's a good way to put it, MMO Xenoblade Chronicles X. A big team that's just kind of empowered to add stuff all the time. And either maintain it or not, right? But if they decide not to maintain it, they don't do the Google thing and like sunset it. It's just like, it's still there. As you get more efficient, the XP conversion outpaces the flat 5,000 more and more. That makes sense. So if you're better at the game, you can get significantly more from actually picking up the orb and then getting a lot of kills. Sure. Oh. Thank you for enduring the... I feel like watching somebody play this game blind has got to be infuriating because you kind of have the curse of knowledge, right? Where you like already know how it works. So I appreciate you doing the empathetic step of imagining what it's like to not know what all this shit is. Oh, this is a cool looking little robot.
What? Visitors? Look at you now, a real chip off the old monolith.
Oh, this is cool, I like this.
Just the right sort to save us from the coming cataclysm. Come on!
We agreed. I was handling orientation protocol.
Sorry, Lloyd. It's just too exciting.
We are in crisis, Tenno. Our defense against the Grey Strain has failed. The Necrolisk is in lockdown, but it doesn't matter. The infestation has compromised the very heart itself. We have been forced to rephase into Martian...
But how are you, anyway? Things good?
As I was saying, our defense situation is dire. Our remaining necromechs have reverted to their autonomous kill precepts. They will not distinguish you from those things.
Oh, some of you do. I've gotten some pretty, for whatever reason, my Warframe videos do okay, better than average on YouTube, and I get some pretty nasty comments on there.
Receive her instructions and prevent the imminent intradimensional catastrophe. Demonstrate your combat readiness, and I will grant you the requisite security clearance. Good luck.
Intradimensional? What?
Warframe's endgame is seeing new players stumble through. Right on. Warframe's endgame is an exercise in social intelligence or emotional intelligence. Right on.
If we were unclear, demonstrate your readiness by destroying infestation. Only then will I grant entry clearance. Act accordingly.
I briefly, in my RuneScape video essay, like it's like in a 3.5 hour essay, I probably talk about it for like 5, maybe 10 seconds. I mentioned how I think Path of Exile is a game that like has a lot of deprecated content. It has content that it's added that's, you know, not really relevant to the end game player. And that 5-second comment gets so many angry people on YouTube saying, what the fuck, you never played Path of Exile before, you know what you're talking about, none of the content's deprecated, everything's relevant. I'm like, so you're saying that if I load up Path of Exile right now, and while I'm learning through the campaign, I should fight all the enemies I encounter, do all the league mechanics I encounter, pick up all the loot I encounter, and examine it to decide if it's worth picking up, right? That's what you're saying? It's like being mind poisoned, is not being a fan of Path of Exile, but not being able to imagine like what the game is like to someone who doesn't already understand it, you know. It's really hard for them to put their So it says destroy hives. Does destroy hives means find specific buildings to destroy that are called hives? Or is it kill monsters? Yeah, exactly, because they already know what the filters are, right? Have to kill infested to make it vulnerable. Okay. Wait, do I want to go this way? Oh, let's see. Oh, it's supposed to be a moving waypoint, I see. Sure.
Look,
this is yet another open world thing that the game is now pushing me toward instead of heavily disincentivizing me from doing. I see.
Okay.
And that classic bone crunch sound. Farm stuff here later for a main story quest. Okay. Seeing presumably still is not vulnerable. So sometimes the game highlights enemies that I'm supposed to kill. If an enemy is red, does that always mean I need to kill it in order to advance a quest on the minimap, I mean?
Clearance approved, Tenno. I now grant access to the Necrolis.
Well, I'm fucking pumped to go to the Necrolis.
But I should warn you, she is not entirely herself.
Designed by Accretion. Oh, that sounds interesting. Thanks, Taryn. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, designed by Accretion. It's a perfect. That's perfect description. I'm gonna steal that. Red X means an objective to kill or destroy. This place is cool looking. It's the Necrolisk. Collect 50 ganglion from Haptic Frond. Game has so much in common with like Star Fox Adventures and like Banjo-Kazooie. In many ways, it is a Barkley shut up and jam kind of a game.
The infestation wormed into everything. After the Great Purge, there were no Dax, no Tenno to defend the place. Just us.
It's not your fault, Chip.
Place is cool looking.
It is. And now you face an existential threat. If the heart stops beating, the wellspring of your power dies with it.
Have we tried turning it off and on again?
So is he two different robots in the same body? He's cool. He's memorable. I'm gonna remember him. Probably not gonna remember like his name or relationship to other characters. Oh, she's huge. This universe is fucking crazy, yo. Like, what is going on?
Lloyd, I had the most distressing dream.
Here we go again.
The wall of Loke was before us. I had my proofs. My father's. I could hear him. I could hear him tapping at the untimed door.
Mother?
We went in, but again, he wasn't there. My husband congratulated me. Sarcastic halfwit. All the while, hiveweed was sprouting all around us. But it was just a dream.
No, Mother. You did all of that. You're as wormed as the rest of this place. The heart is about to fail, remember?
Oh, fuck.
Functional? We are. And we've summoned Chip here to help us.
Okay.
It'll take more than an old Orokin thug to keep the heart beating.
Can someone, okay, I haven't been asking this question for most of the playthrough, but I want to dip a toe into this universe. I've been trying to do like the Souls thing where I'm just gonna let it like wash over me and try to feel the vibes. But I get the sense that I'm supposed to be able to know what the fuck is going on. Okay, so I'm on, was it Deimos? One of the moons of Mars, which is covered in gross flesh necro gunk. Why is there a giant lady here living in a weird like plant heart thing? What? How many like videos do I need to watch to understand this, right? Are you infested? Okay, I remember the concept of the infestation.
Got to me and my family.
Okay.
Names or ideas. I can hear.
So I'm meant to be confused by the giant lady. Okay.
Let
Cool.
the heart stop beating. Let the door close forever. Only my dreams seem real now. So
Maybe that's the problem, is I don't know what the baseline expectation of understanding of facts is in this universe, right? I don't have like a point of reference for like would a random character that I met earlier on Cetus on Earth see this and be like, whoa, what the fuck? Or be like, oh yeah, totally. Giant lady in a heart, you know. Normal
it's
shit.
What makes you special. You know that, right? All thanks to my father. It pumps the arteries of the here and the void. The Entrati family has maintained it for an age, but it's breaking
People
down.
don't like know that the moons of Mars are corrupted or whatever, right?
The man I used to call my husband. I think he's left for good this time. Maybe you can find him. Probably sulking somewhere outside.
This is an extremely memorable like character interaction compared to most of the rest of the game's interactions up to this point. That probably ranks up there. The little like schizophrenic robot guy, Lloyd, and her are up there with the cool robot planet where everybody has human arms for some reason. And there's an interesting, like, Union to Work song when you land there initially.
Detecting active
This intersects more with the main
nearby.
story.
It could be father. He loves a good fight. Whatever you do, don't mention.
So I'm also not supposed to know what Lloyd is. Lloyd's just like a weird robot. I'm along for the ride, right? I guess when I play like the Elden Ring DLC or something and they like throw some wild shit at me and I run into a lady at the bottom of a pit who's also a flower who when I talk to her I die, I'm just like sick. I don't know what that is. That's great, but it's pretty clear I'm not supposed to know what that is. I have zero reference. I'm sure I could figure it out from item descriptions, but I'm just gonna vibe with it. That's fucking cool. Here it's like there's so much dialogue and stuff and I'm like, am I like, was there other quests before this that set this lady up? People in general know about the infestation being here, but not that there's anything here but a bunch of flesh monsters. Okay, so is the idea that she's like a pseudo-infested thing, but she like still has her mind and it's like finding a good infested, which is surprising because we assume that they're all like horrible zombie monsters. Right, because, okay, that's a good example, because in Elden Ring, for example, you very quickly understand that if you see a prawn guy, one of the bug assholes who casts the pest thread spell, you're like, those guys fucking suck. They're horrible. I hate them. And then you run into one that's friendly, and you're like, oh my god, it's friendly. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's really unexpected. You know, I've been led to believe that these guys are always evil. She's like half infested. Okay. She wasn't always. Search for father. I'm trying. Ooh-wee. So I guess what I should be imagining is, okay, this planet's been completely taken over by the infestation. It's all a bunch of gross, fleshy bug monsters. It sucks. And you get here and you're like, no, actually, it's, you know, I Am Legend. The vampires actually have a society and they talk to each other. And okay, the quest will give me more about her deal. Okay, cool. I will pay attention then, because I am interested in this. This is cool. I only kind of followed what was going on earlier with the robot union versus the robot capitalists. Or the robot union versus the human capitalists. Or the human union versus the robot capitalists. One of those is probably right. I hate this kind of mission. It pains me. Am I gonna obviously see a like interactable when I get near the thing I'm supposed to touch? Right, they mentioned that earlier. If the heart stops beating, your source of power will go away or something. Florian Civil Regulator, Eidolon Gantalist, Cicero Mod, Lagoric Prime, Axie A4, Dentalian. 3 of these terms were pulled from the Warframe wiki. Can you guess which ones? You're the center close to the ground. Okay, I'll try to find. That is a bait station. Let me guess. Lagoric Prime, Eidolon Gantalist, and Cicero Mod. Oh, this is really cool. A little fish under the blood ice. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Nice. If you guys see where I'm supposed to go, feel free to tell me. I have no idea. It's on the ground. Locate father within the Cambion. And there's no, like, big infested flower. Okay, here we go. There is a fishing minigame to catch weird flesh monster fish, really?
You fight well for a runt frame. If you're ever interested in something a little more old war-sized. Wait. She didn't send you looking for me, did she? I am not going back. Look, you were the second wave, kid. The necromechs were void-shielded, sentient pulse immune. As bright as a bag of hammers, and just as dependable. Not like you.
I feel like, okay, if I were to describe what I would do differently with the story of this game, I would make either the main character or a companion to the main character, or someone be the Luke Skywalker, the Titus from Final Fantasy X, right? Someone who has no idea what the fuck is going on in this world and needs to be informed constantly of what's happening, right? Not every story needs to do that, but I think this world is complicated enough that you need to be able to say, like, what is a deviation from the norm? And you're like, whoa, what the fuck? What's going on? Mars is...
When I met her,
someone who time traveled or was hibernated or something, right? That needs to be informed of everything.
Chasing her father's ghost, convinced he was still out there. I thought I could fix things. I thought I could fix her. Like she was a loose light board or leaky hydraulic. So yes, she's right about me. I am an idiot, but I'm a reformed idiot. I'm done with her. This heart is breaking down is just another tactic of hers. Don't you see? Everything has to be about her.
Yeah, that is your character, but nobody bothers to explain anything anyway. Right, because the whole idea is you open up and you're like, I'm a Warframe, but you don't even know that you are an operator that's being, that your body is being held in a...
This will be more dangerous than any gray strain monster we
in like a coffin inside the moon, was it? It was a while ago, so I don't remember the specifics, but it was a cool quest. We were like, holy shit, I'm not me, that's me. Whoa, that's so cool. So like they have that built in as like we need to explain to this robot person who they are and what this world is, but it's strange that they don't. I want them to make like an episode of this game, like an optional DLC that I can pay $20 for, where you play all of Warframe as like a guy from Boston or something, like just some guy from like, you know, 20th century Boston from like the 90s. He just teleported into the Warframe universe. And he's like, whoa, what's going on here, right? You got a little robot companion and it's like, oh, Jim, or whatever the guy's name is. What's a guy from Boston name? Probably not Jim. Hey, Tony.
Dreamers, dreamers, dreamers. There
Yeah. Instead of explaining what it means to be a Jedi to Luke, they hand him a lightsaber and start sending him on assassination missions, like immediately. Exactly. I think maybe just part of the sin is there's like a online game desire. It's like almost the anti Final Fantasy 14 problem where it's like action, action, action. It's a Diablo game. Get you into the action. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? But even then, like a game like, you know, Diablo 3 or 4, which is pretty concerned with getting you into action set pieces pretty quickly, is largely pretty like comprehensible, right? You load in, you kind of understand, okay, this world sucks. There are demons all over the place torturing people. Now we're going to introduce the idea of these, you know, primal evils. Now we're going to introduce angels, right? Travis touchdown.
Oh, aren't you a
This is wild. This section is cool.
Organic Fair's exoflesh, hybridized internals, untime trace. You're a Tenno, aren't you?
Exoflesh, untimed trace. So I could have done this before the War Within.
You need me to tell you where it is, which I wouldn't have to bother with if not for my parents, whose collective heads are so far up their collective lower sigmoids, the only air they breathe is what they secrete.
What is the music playing in the background? That's diegetic, isn't it? There's like a speaker in world.
But look at us. We are beyond help.
You have to do it before, okay.
Complex, changing
That's
faster
good.
than I can study them. We can only prolong the inevitable. Look, if you help me get back some of what my brother shredded, I'd be happy to return the favor. Deal?
Okay, so they used to be human. This used to be like a normal, like, human colony or whatever. A flesh iPod. They're just like super chill with being like flower monsters now. Half-infested flower monsters. Other than the War Within, I think this is the best thing I've done in the game so far, this like sequence here. Just because I can kind of like exist in the vibes without really knowing what's going on and enjoy that part. Maybe. Let's leave it at that. Okay.
You're going to help me rebuild my sample collection. You're probably wondering what happens to it in the first place. Why don't you ask brother when you see him?
Daughter, brother.
We call that worm Fass. Don't worry about him though. He's got bigger
That
problems
thing?
than you.
That's pretty cool.
Vome, his sister, they don't get along, as you'll soon see.
The very intentional like tone clash between this like horrible hell world and the kind of like goofy mother, father, and daughter is great. I really like that part. God damn. You don't need to understand the difference between the 200 different classes of demons to understand the plot of Diablo.
It should be useful detritus falling from the explosion.
Oh.
Try not to get crushed, little one. Don't feel the least bit sad for him. He'll regenerate and
Shoot
even
the
empty your head
residue.
and exact his revenge. An endless cycle. Though it's the only proof I've got that the hive mind can be divided. Just collect what you can so you can get to the task at hand.
This is a really cool setting. I do have to wonder how much the free-to-play model like corrupts everything it touches in this case, right? Like, would it be easier to write a linear story that explains the cool world that they've built? I'm curious to what extent the people that are actually involved in like writing and developing the game are personally married to the free-to-play model, or they just kind of do it because they have to, and that's the way it was originally conceived. And that's the way it makes money for the investors. I have no idea how this developer is, like, organized. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. If I look at the map, it'll tell me how close I am to one of those 2 cycles. I guess not. Catch fish. This game was a last-ditch effort to save the studio. They didn't know if it would make any money. Oh. Voam in 6 minutes. So which worm is, like, dominant, essentially? That's pretty sweet. I like that. That's cool. That's good flavor. Picked up 1 Alonzo fishing spear. Whip a fishing spear.
Note the curious way they float above the surface to feed. Don't bother trying to spear them in the exocrine itself. Too damn viscous. Their biology is crucial to my study.
Are they serious?
Infested but not entangled in shared consciousness. If there's a hope in halting our mental decline, it might be here in these humble little specimens. Get to it. Looks like you got the hang of it. But you have to understand. Helping my so-called family is the last thing I'm inclined to do. You'll have to make it worthwhile.
I would not have guessed there was fishing in this game. It's
All right, that's
really
enough.
funny.
Return the specimens to me, and I'll give Lloyd what he needs to take you down to the heart.
We hear space ninjas and we fish. I wish this game was like laser concerned with onboarding me into its universe, because it seems like a really cool universe. It definitely has the attitude of, like, you know, immerse yourself or don't, I don't give a fuck.
You'll need to destroy them before I even think of powering the door.
My memory of the first, like, 30 hours, aside from the War Within quest, and maybe the one time we visited Fortuna, was it? Was like, alright, it was kind of dull, you know, human space exploration, whatever. We colonized a few planets. There's a bunch of, like, robot guys and a bunch of, like, capitalist guys. And you basically run around killing guys, and that's the game. And yeah, we are, like, entirely or almost entirely in Earth's solar system, which is kind of cool. And we found enough things to explore here. We don't need to, like, explore the galaxy or even the local star cluster. Require fish guts to progress the main story, and I'm not joking. I don't buy that it's free to play pay if you want to support it. It definitely doesn't feel that way to me. There's so much in the game that seems to corrupt the design of it. I get a lot of people saying, like, oh yeah, you can totally just play the game and earn all the stuff you need and have a perfectly fine time with it. But it's like, well, I'd rather it just be structured in a way that doesn't, you know, expect me to spend money or expect me to spend tons and tons of hours to achieve basic objectives, in order to allow for money spending to be a possibility, you know? It's 40% corrupted instead of 90% corrupted. That's fair enough. I can roll with that.
I remember my birthday.
Yeah, that's fair.
I woke with a knot in my stomach. The hum of my specimen tanks was missing, silent. But I was surprised to find a little box wrapped in a red bow. A gift from my family that never, ever remembered. The note said, "Best wishes for my best sis." Can you guess what was in the box?
Fish?
A white powder, as smooth and fine as silk. My entire collection. Cremated, atomized.
I think it's already selected for people who don't see it a deal breaker, right? That's the problem.
If you see him on your descent to the heart, don't be fooled. He'll stab you in the back if he thinks it'll get him a moment's notice from Mother.
Cool. All these like live service nightmare games have this selection bias problem in common, where they've already like aggressively selected for people already tolerant of the way that they are, right?
Proceed to the heart. Otak and I will take a damage assessment scan of it.
Lots of bitey scratchikins on the scope. Maybe they're planning a party for you!
Don't I have a robot that talks to me all the time and is kind of schizophrenic as well? It's a thing that they're into, I guess. Enter. Okay. You found the friction of playing for free increased as you explored the star map, or the appeal of spending money went up the further into the game you got. Sure. I was like, oh, I just really want to do this and don't want to wait time or whatever. Little area. Reactors and slots.
Noticed my collar, did you? A not so gentle reminder from dearest mother. No one in the universe can hold a grudge as deep or as long. She took away all my.
Yeah, that's cool hearing that the new team has been focusing on QOL so much. That's good to hear.
This family than I do. One simple mistake.
I do have to wonder, like,
To be fair, it was not exactly
if they're like enthused with the monetization structure, or they just kind of like do their best within it, right?
Protocol. I carried the spores in. I screwed up. And suddenly, they all acknowledged my existence. Suddenly, something I'd done actually mattered. As if humiliating me would undo what happened to them. We're a lost cause. The infestation will come for what's left of us in time. Speak of them, and they shall appear.
This is a significantly more interesting planet, and just kind of like sequence of little quests. Hopefully I qualify for Wellspring by the time I'm done with this. I probably will.
Admit it, Tenno. It's beautiful,
Sun.
isn't it? Maybe it's not.
They have
the
memorable
abomination you
names
think
too,
it
which is
is.
nice.
Maybe it knows better than Mother. Maybe we ought to succumb to it. Let it win.
Sun has strange ideas about what victory looks like. The solar rails, the Tenno. We all depend on the heart to keep the wall open to the other side. If the heart stops, everything goes with it.
Oh, but think of all the time we'd have for hobbies.
Yeah, I guess there isn't really an equivalent of solo self-found in this, right? Where you try to intentionally avoid trading. I would hate trading in a game like this, and that's part of the reason I don't want to play Path of Exile, because the solo self-found mode is, well, at least when I tried it before, it was very unsupported compared to a game like Last Epoch that put a lot of effort into making that playstyle specifically work. Trading just, it degenerates so much of the game to what is the most efficient way for me to earn currency to trade for the stuff that I need, right?
Requiem Cipher. I'm embarrassed to say I'm unsure what to make of this. Tenno, can you figure it out?
This must have spawned a while ago and I just didn't see it. Uh-oh, that happened. I think it was this way.
Ooh, let me! Got it. That doesn't sound happy.
Don't distract them. This is very mentally taxing for a Tenno.
Hey, no worries, Chip. Let me get that for you.
So clearly I'm supposed to do this in a certain order. Not so clearly. To wait a while to try again once I screw up. Shows the order on the door. Oh, okay. That is higher puzzle complexity than this game had led me to believe existed. Watch. Yeah, exactly.
Success!
That's pretty cool looking. This is crucial to the Tenno Warframe people existing. Last Epoch has this really great idea where halfway through the game it asks you, do you want to play solo self-found or do you want to play with trading? And if you play solo self-found, it locks you out of trading and then gives you a ton of magic find buffs to find your own stuff. This guy's cool looking.
I didn't expect to get through the door before I had a chance to finish. Forgive me. This is the only way.
Seems bad.
By the heart, it's dead.
The wall's closing, Mother. It's over.
Good. Good? You think this is good?
Oh, so you're talking to us now.
Mother, don't. This isn't the time.
Shut up. I want to see how low she can dig.
Of course you do. Anything to make you feel better about yourself.
I wonder where he gets that from.
Stop. At least you didn't try to kill me.
Oh, please. You've been playing dead since the day I was born.
Well, I wish you hadn't.
Stop!
Tenno, still functional. Listen carefully. Getting back to the surface is not going to be easy. I don't know how to break this to you, but your Warframe...
Oh yeah, it sure is.
It's barely functional. You're going to have to stay low and out of sight. I know a shortcut, but you've got to do the rest.
Oh, it's like a stealth mission? It's kind of neat. Yeah, this is a memorable mission. They're like, the heart's important, need the heart, the heart's good. Weird plant people tell you the heart's cool.
There's another up ahead. Watch for its pattern and try to...
Well, shit. Not like that.
Be patient. Let them pass before moving on. Tenno, you've got to avoid detection. Be patient. Let them pass before moving on.
It's just gonna let me run past it every time like this. It's a neat idea for a level. The problems, the game's not really built around stealth, I guess. Oh, but now it's setting me back further than it did the first time. Okay, so I can actually try to stealth it. They can see me from really far away, though. Completely blind and will chase you to another planet to kill you. Yeah. Spot you perfectly.
You're nearly out. Be cautious.
Shit. No, too late now. I do like when they do cool stuff like this, like take your powers away and make you do things. That was what was so cool about the War Within quest and everything associated with that. I'm confused. There's supposed to be a way up, I guess. Can't really jump high. Here we go. And how the hell are we getting out of this one?
That means we can fix this. We can get the heart back if we work together.
How do you figure? That's funny. Classic, the reward for the thing is a thing that would have been really helpful when you were doing the thing. Oh, they're gonna give me my shit back, so I'm not like locked without my abilities. The heart is only temporarily destroyed, presumably.
Do you think they will be willing to go back down? Sun and I can bait the worm to draw the infestation away, up to the surface.
Even if I agreed to help, what about the necromechs down there? Just one of those things.
I've got a little something that I've been saving for an occasion like this.
Alright, I've got the calculus data for a restart, but I'll need 10 quanta of leptosam. son?
I have it. Should we wake up grandmother?
Let her sleep. Wouldn't want her to worry.
All right, with the void closing up, you're gonna be too weak to help in that frame.
Necromech, huh? It's like a
Snake's in
classic.
rough shape, but she's got enough juice for one
It's pretty
last
fun.
ride. What do you say? Ready to go old war style?
I like that.
All right. Not ideal, but I've cross-routed your Warframe impulse stream directly.
We're not supposed to know what an impulse stream is at this point in the story if we do this according to this, according to the new main story order. But it might hint to you that there's something going on with psychic control of robots. Okay. That's pretty cool. I like that.
All right. Squeeze off a few rounds and get a feel for them.
There's no time for training exercises.
But we've got to prepare.
Tenno, get down there. You're just going to have to learn as you go.
Rerouting power to... Yes! Secondary systems are back up.
This is like an old school...
The caves won't be exactly clear, but it should help. I've dispersed some specimens to keep the infested out of the way.
Oh, so it's okay if you do it.
Eat popper pellets, you...
Take it easy. I summoned some velocipods too.
I've managed to bring additional systems online.
Waypoint is bugged and will not disappear. Okay.
Things seem tough. Nora knows, but believe, though it's going out of style, there are people working to make this system a better place.
Not the time. Yeah. My ability to pilot my Warframe is potentially permanently ruined, and I have to pilot an ancient Necromech frame. Which is a really cool concept. I like that they, like, committed to the bit. Those damage numbers are so much better now. They used to be, like, really bad. I need to go watch the last VOD to study them. They really feel like they started paying attention to the player feedback issue. So I felt like the game had all these really smooth animations and the gameplay felt really good, but it just felt like you were... There was no sense of hitting, sense of like viscerality to the combat. The new lead gameplay director used to do AI. Is that, you said she's Rebecca? Yeah, it definitely shows. It's a gigantic improvement. Like, I'm actively more interested in playing this game just because the UI is better.
You should have additional functionality.
These are usually the kind of thing I think of as mattering that much, but... Rebecca's a creative director, former community manager. Oh, cool. Pablo's a gameplay lead. Hey, Serp, how you doing?
That's it! All systems active. She's fully up. Where the hell is that necromech?
Carter, the spores. Son, you're on repairs.
No one listens.
Tenno, can't have this area contaminated. Clear out those infested and destroy their spore clusters before we seal the chamber.
Pretty cool. You have to destroy a certain number of enemies to be able to pop the big guy there. Is that how that works? That's still a minor UI thing that they could improve. It would be nice if the enemy is dependent on nearby weaklings to be killed in order to destroy it. If there were like tethers or something stretching off from it onto all the enemies nearby, you know? Well,
Snake? Snake!
that's pretty funny. Seems like this experience, the new recommended quest chain, also puts you on more deliberately single-player experiences, so that your first experience with the game isn't loading into a multiplayer map where everybody else is rushing the objectives. You don't know what the hell's happening. I don't feel like I ever have enough energy to cast it. Oh, maybe I was reading the thing wrong. Am I out of ammo? I can't shoot anymore for some reason. There we go, now I can for some reason. Bonus health bar. Sometimes I just can't, I just have no ammo all of a sudden and can't shoot anymore for some reason. There it goes. First try.
Spore clusters clear.
I rigged Snake with an old Omni tool. Ready?
I see. Think that's working? Question mark. Oh, I have to get the little, like, glowing bits. Okay. Let's see. Kind of a janky UI for this purpose, but okay. Oops. Thing that needs repair still, or that thing. It's hard to tell if I'm hitting it or not. Come on. Good. Oh, it makes you wiggle it. You guys see a busted piece of the heart, let me know. Oh, there.
That should hold.
Okay.
What do you think, Mother?
Seal the chamber. Initiating restart sequence. By Loke, we pass through and beyond.
Chamber sealed. That's it for your ride. A one-way trip for poor Snake. I'll cut the reroute as soon as the heart's beating. And you'll be back to your old self again.
Sorry, Snake.
Restart in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, exactly. We trauma center.
You sure you've got the correct derivatives?
Again. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Just perfect.
It doesn't make sense. Something must be interfering. I checked the equations.
Well, check them again.
Don't yell at me! Again!
Damn.
There it is! Tenno, we've got to
This is
destroy
a much more interesting boss fight. Helps that I've like have to use a authored toolkit as opposed to just having access to whatever crazy frame I bring into this to one-shot it. Also doesn't seem like it's terribly hard, but still. Now he's taking no damage right now. Do something to make him take damage. Blow him up with that.
You gave her a good send-off. You have my thanks. Ah, Snake. I'm gonna miss you.
I'm glad I died the one time to
You've
get
earned
the
your
steak.
rest,
Snake.
right? Rerouting you.
Yes. Arrest.
Yeah, it's hard for me because it's like, on the one hand, I feel like the fact that your character is like astral projecting themselves into another body is like foundational to the entire concept of Warframe and something that you need to like establish immediately within like the first minutes of gameplay, but then also making it a twist that happens 30 hours in is also kind of awesome. I don't know. I guess I like if this is a required quest on the path to doing the War Within, that's cool because at least it sets up the expectation that you're going to have to understand this, or, oh, we did a body swap that one time when I had to go in the little snake necrobot, so that must be a thing that happens, right? Speak to grandmother. Is she in here somewhere? Sure, it's fine. You're dependent on a giant interdimensional biotech heart buried in the flesh monster planet. Yeah, okay, so I guess so all these quests you said existed before, even when I started playing, so like, what they've done is they've made all the important lore quests, like, actually necessary to play through the story? That's great. It's a really good decision.
Oh, they're an insufferable lot, aren't they? My son, father, blustery and spineless all
My
at
son,
once.
father.
His absentee wife, mother, who can't see past what she's lost to see what she has. And who can blame the children? Daughter, trying to convince herself she's so different. It only makes her more the same. And the boy, poor son, he mistakes kindness for mediocrity. Who's he competing with other than himself? But in a crisis, they can come together.
Did you?
I've no idea what you're talking about. But even as they've forgotten themselves, their names, their bonds, they might still be a family. Seems you're an important part of that now. So maybe I can help you and your family. This Warframe, Zaku, somewhat of a family themselves. A sum of many, a composite of others we lost in the ages that our Entrati family has served here. There. And now, I think we've had more than enough excitement.
Like her like flapper headband, giant flapper headband.
I could do with a little lie down.
Okay, that shit was wild. That was really cool. Sure, the heart thing's never gonna come up again. I really thought they were setting up that like the heart had just been completely fucking destroyed, and it's like, okay, what do we do now? You see, I have enough points to get that wellspring upgrade. I guess I didn't see very many focus spawns at all in this mission.
Someone is attempting to contact the operator. Please check your inbox.
Don't want to.
Hey, Chip. So there's a super secret place on Mars. Tiana Pass. Nothing to do with any old legends or awesome crystals or anything. Probably doesn't even exist.
Just a regular message about minerals and stuff.
So you can make sure you don't go there on accident. And you better not come see me afterwards either. Winky face.
Okay. Void rig blueprint. Oh, can you actually just like have your character be a void rig if you really enjoy it? And have that be your frame? Direct me to Rising Tide. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Stand by while
Don't have enough yet. We're getting close though. It should make a substantial difference.
Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism? If I may say.
Okay, so quest list is over here.
You. Ha ha.
I'm looking for one called Chains of Harrow. This one?
Receiving an all call on our syndicate frequency. It's a red veil encode, but it seems truncated.
It's a category of frame with its own development track that's needed in places with anti-warframe defenses. That's cool. I like that.
Speak to us. We're listening. What is your name?
Spooky.
Good. You remember. We want to help you.
Looks
Rel.
great.
Tell us where you are.
Can't.
He's listening. Who? Rel?
Pretty creepy.
Who is listening?
Tap.
Sorry, operator. The message appears
Haunted.
halted. It originated from a Steel Meridian ship near Earth. Will you investigate? I hope not.
Sure, pretty spooky. That's cool. It is wild to me how much cool shit is buried in this game and how easy it is to not see any of it. Well, previously, it sounds like now it actually directs you to most of it, so that's good. I'm imagining a person, I'm imagining a kid, for example, like a middle school kid who picks up Warframe because it's free to play on Steam and just like plays it for like 500 hours and never sees any of the good shit. And just has a perfectly fine time running around shooting guys, right? It hurts me in my soul to imagine. Opens every chest, right? Kills every enemy. Yes, Ben, I know. You're very hungry and precious. Warframe for hundreds of hours and none of this existed. What was there to do back before all the story and unlocks and stuff? Like, what was you just like trying to get better mods, I guess? That's freaky.
Blades. Too refined for a Grenier kill squad. Is there anything else?
Pretty spoopy.
Red Veil. Could they have done this? The Veil have been Meridian allies for years. Search for survivors.
Oh, I should probably check MR before I finish. I only get a chance to do that once per day, right? No idea where I am on that. I guess when I go back to the ship, I'll look at it. Must be a way into that room up there, presumably. Good tone. I like them having like a horror mission. It's a cool idea. Oh, so pretty far away, so it's not happening anytime soon. Not sure where they want me to go here. This is not the right way. Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to unlock stuff. I don't really need XP, especially if that matters less now that there aren't MR gates to doing stuff. Really wise for them to remove those. I might just need directions here. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? This might be right.
Tenno,
You cast him
I lost
out.
you for a second. What did you see?
Spooky text.
Oh, child of Starling, please help. I served Vale, but the flock has been driven mad. I humbly beg for the protection of you and your vessel.
I'm marking the area. Stay alert. It may be an ambush.
This is really neat that they tried to do like very tonally different quests from the rest of the game. Well, I guess they changed it so you literally don't need, like, MR is completely separated now. You don't have any kind of interaction.
Blind Queen, help me reach the safety of Iron Wake. Our sacred muse has abandoned the temple, leaving our people in chaos.
Tenno, if the Red Veil is in chaos, we must intervene. Get Palladino to Iron Wake.
Oh, holy child, I am grateful for... What is it, Rook? Are they back?
Protect Palladino.
Brothers of blood, sisters of fire, resist the muse!
It's fun when I get to do my engine for like 40 seconds before I run out of energy.
Blessed Star Child, I owe you my life. Will you meet me at Iron Wake? Only you can right this wrong.
Cool. Do you recommend I do this first because of cool unlocks or because the quest is cool? Or both? Okay, gotcha.
Steel Meridian has received Palladino. You've been granted access to enter their base, Operator.
Dano, hurry!
Okay. Thanks for the gallium. Oh, I see.
Iron Wake.
Oh, I see.
Steel Meridian has built an impressive base of operations right under the nose of the Grenier Authority. The Veil's speaker will be
And I'm only
here
able to do it because my character already progressed a certain distance. It must have been a disaster to like change the way gating worked and have it still work for all legacy players that did things in different orders. I guess, do they just like keep my character fully separate, I guess?
Come. Hush, Rook.
Okay, so this has to be after the War Within.
I am Palladino, Holy Speaker of the Veil, like my mother and hers before. We speak to the other side, to him. Without his focus, I pray he answers. Righteous Rel of harrowed stars.
I didn't realize this game essentially had missables like that. That's crazy.
Speak. For an age you've guarded the divide between dust and void. Speak! From within your everlasting sacred vessel, you've held the lidless eye. Speak! I cannot reach Holy Rel from here. I will need his sacred focus, a relic stolen from the temple. I beg of you to find it and return it here. Only then will he speak to us. Only then will we truly understand.
Veil rituals will incite fanaticism, but don't be drawn in. I'm not convinced this Rel even exists. I fear we'll have to play Palladino's game to find out. Ordis has been tracking Red Veil disturbances. That's the best place to start.
Leave Iron Wake.
Operator, a Red Veil seance. How
Delightful?
I have marked a possible Red Veil disturbance, but perhaps you would prefer to
Gruesomely.
There's a loading tip about focus lenses. Y'all weren't here to tell me to equip a focus lens, and I played the game for like 5, 10, 20, 50 hours, not earning XP to a thing that would make me significantly more efficient at the game.
I am certain.
I would commit Sudoku.
These messages. They
Suffers
express
while
Rel's
you
suffering.
dream.
He's lashing out. I should have seen the cracks for me.
I don't understand. How would Rel know about the dream?
Great sentient queen, forgive me. But what you are, what you've made of yourself, is merely drawn from the dreams of these divine children. You are not she. You are not Margulis.
What are you saying? That Rel is a Tenno? Impossible. All Tenno are known to me. I protect them, as she did.
Oh, but not Rel. Margulis cast him out, for he was different. Our foremothers took him in and studied his teachings. We became the Veil, the shroud of his blessed existence.
Cast out. I don't believe you.
Hey, they did a cool little stereo thing there if you have headphones on.
The man in the wall.
Number 9. Number 9.
Try to follow his voice.
It's a neat mission theme. What? Got the little yellow marker and then it went away? A really big ship. Space station. Thought it for sure told me to come this way. Alright, spooky whispering. It's overkill. Oh, the is spooky. It's cool.
The Donda, his mother gave him this. Holy Rel was not like other children. Sound, color.
Should I just ignore the yellow circle?
The Donda's hum let him focus.
Oh. Normal. Yeah, I like them doing those stereo shenanigans with the voice acting. That's cool.
Tap. Rel, what evil is this? Sacred child, forgive me. I should have known the weight of the void would one day crush the light from me.
I don't know a lot about the void as a unique phenomenon, right? At this point. What I'm intended to just leave here.
The very thing he warned us of. You cannot kill this, Tenno. Run!
Okay, run.
You
That's
can
cool.
only run!
That's cool. If I can find the exit, I don't know how I got in here. I think it's appropriate to do that because this game is already about your character being so like crazy powerful, so having you do combat in a horror sequence wouldn't work very well, I don't think. Void is a strange magic dimension. Okay, it doesn't have any connection to my like astral projection powers or anything like that though. That was neat. $45K. I need 3 more orbs. Hey, Sana, how you doing?
Operator, what was that thing?
Good question.
Lotus, can you explain this? Lotus?
Transference energy.
Oh wait, I should be careful.
It was so...
I forget sometimes there's dialogue in between missions. Fractured transference energy. So we know transference energy is when we're talking about astral projecting into a Warframe. So it's like something that happens when you try to project into a Warframe and it gets fucked up. I'm doing alright. I've had some frustrating Comcast issues this week, but it seems like they may have passed, knock on wood.
Leave your vessel at the door, sacred child. Come. I have served Rel my whole life, studying Rel's teachings of the void, the dire consequence of traveling by and through it. Now I see that it is true. He alone, in his harrowing sacrifice, has guarded us. What a price he has paid. Righteous Rel, outcast of sacred void, hear my voice. Speak! You have been driven from the vessel by your suffering. You have swallowed the poison stars so we would not. Holy Rel, speak! The Tenno who rejected you have come to your aid! He's here. The Donda. It's working. Giving him humanity. We are listening, Rel. Speak.
Shy?
No, try again. This one?
Oh, this is interesting.
Very good.
There's always like these
this one?
really surprising like gameplay concepts in this, I think.
Surprised.
No, try again.
No, embarrassed. Okay.
Good, Rel.
They're trying to like force things in the engine.
Mama.
Yes, Rel.
Mama.
Go ahead, Rel.
Like the kinetic typography for all of it.
We're in a ship.
Yes?
Impossible speed. Beyond the Brankel Gap constant.
I think so. You're better with that stuff, but it's amazing, isn't it?
So why don't they fix me?
Rel, you know why. Rel, why?
Because I'm not broken.
That's right. Different. So I love you even more.
Yeah, that's nice.
Happy.
Yes, Rel. You make me so happy.
This memory, his humanity still remains, buried in these emotions he so often failed to grasp. Could they be the key to saving him from this?
Tenno, I have a theory. Return to your orbiter and I'll explain.
Okie doke. I assume I can just do it from here.
These disturbances, they are transference energy, split apart from a single mind. If we could capture them, send them back.
Yeah, I agree.
Operator, Cimeris may have a tool for this task. I wonder
There's
if his
a lot of
kinetic
really
siphons
good things
could
in
be
this game. It's just very
repurposed to
buried if you're a blind
capture
player
these
trying to
manifestations.
find the good stuff. Capture Rel's manifestations. Okay.
Holy Rel, let us bring you the peace you have earned. Guide this Tenno so you can return to the harrowing vessel, so that you might rest.
Rel's warnings. Those dire consequences. He was talking about void exposure, wasn't he?
Oh, thank you.
The effect it has on human minds is well understood.
I'm guaranteed to have some for this mission.
This isn't some kind of deep pressure bends as Margula suspected. Rel saw what it was. Truly, an entity. Indifferent. Old as
The
stars.
kinetic siphon trap.
touching is too much noise. It makes me...
Let me see.
Makes me angry.
There. An emotion. Manifest from the game Rel played as a child.
See if you can stabilize it with a kinetic siphon.
I'm confused.
There, Tenno. Trap it.
The red guy? I think it worked. It's basically like a Ghostbusters trap. And then hit it.
Angry. Someone takes the thing.
Okay,
you
yeah,
love.
thanks for telling me that I wasn't need to do that. That wouldn't have been clear to me.
I'm detecting other manifestations. Defend yourself and try to track them.
I don't want to go back.
Oh god. That does not count as a manifestation, I assume. Here somewhere? Oh, there he is.
Another. Don't let it escape.
I have to hit him or the trap?
Happy.
Him, it looks like.
Tama has a stretchy smile.
Okay.
He's listening. He knows what you're doing. It makes him stronger.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was just trying to follow the objective marker and it was leading me straight into them, so I wasn't sure what the deal was with that. So the idea is just like holds him in place so I can attack him. Oh, he's got the creepy face. That's cool.
Bored. Waiting too much. There's nothing fun to look at.
Good. You've captured the manifestations here. Now get out before Rel's disturbance catches up with you.
Oh, shit. No, it's fine. Getting there. Two more. You just want me to do it again, right? Okay. These are like arrow
I
stats
don't
on
know if you
Neptune,
can make
right?
Rel whole again, but whatever you're doing, this disturbance is growing stronger, resisting you. Don't let it stop you. Bring Rel home to the temple.
Is that where Rel is? Has the veil preserved him in cryosleep as the other Tenno were on Lua?
No, we didn't have that option.
Now I'm just gonna restart this level because now I'm somewhere where I can't see. Maybe going down is fine or it'll just update. Okay. I guess the progressive waypoints sometimes are a little glitchy, it seems like. Come on. A lot easier to see new buffs now too, I think.
Help me.
Rel, it's just you, alone and trapped in a transference loop. Don't give in to these delusions of light exposure. There is no man in the wall.
Don't say that.
This is a cool concept. Things can go wrong with transference, essentially.
We are here, the transference pieces. Track down these manifestations and capture them.
It's 1, 2. Just have a limited time to be able to use the thing on him when I get near him, I guess.
Embarrassed. Talking and everyone looks at you. Why are you helping me? You hated me?
My ice shards, in addition to being AoE damage around me, are also a defensive buff, is that right? There it is. Seems to be pretty forgiving, at least. Appreciate that. Hopefully I don't run out here.
Strong for the siphon. Try and weaken it.
Excited. All the spider eggs are starting to hatch.
Focus was balanced as post-game prestige XP. More and more of the story was balanced around having focus power unlocks. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I feel like... I wonder what... If these developers just made Warframe 2, just literally, like, tried to make a follow-up to Warframe and got to start over without having all of this, like, debt and... accretion, right? Like, what would they do differently? I wonder if they would even have this version of the energy system, or if they would have like a cooldown system instead. Because it seems like the energy system kind of very quickly becomes mostly irrelevant. You're mostly maxed out. Shit. It moves too fast. God, I got frozen. That sucks. God damn it.
strong for the siphon. Try and weaken it.
Sad. Why did the babies eat the mother?
All right. No more to be found here. Get to extraction.
Working on it. Whoops. God. Extraction waypoint here seems really fucky. You just follow this one. No, it must be this way, right? Go up an elevator shaft. I hate it when it gets confused. Guessing missions like this are probably still using procedural levels that are common, right? So whether or not the exit is like 900 meters away or a couple meters away is just kind of random. Yeah. Gotcha. Sometimes I think that like messes with the tone and the pacing they're going for, right? Because like the mission where you have to like follow the sound of the whispers, I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then after doing it for a couple minutes, I'm like, okay, this is getting kind of ridiculous. Like I've been following it for way too long now.
Operator, there is no evidence of any thing in the void. By my calculations, Rel has lost control of his transference. If we can gather these emotions, I hope he will be himself again. You will need kinetic siphons to trap Rel's emotions. Samaris will have some for sale in the relay.
I need more, right? So how do I get to Samaris to buy more? Where is that? I'm completely useless without this next mission indicator. Mercury.
You may explore the sanctuary for new knowledge. Show me your dedication to the sanctuary.
They're like shops on the sides here or something.
These can make you an even stronger hunter.
God, they're actually kind of expensive.
May this aid you in the synthesis
Painful.
of many creatures.
Oh, you get 10 per purchase. Okay, I didn't understand that. Well, I should be good from now on then. Let me see about upgrading my one mod here. Okay. 0.3 energy regen per sec, 1.5 health regen per sec, and now it's maxed. Okay. Oh god. Is it never going to require those traps ever again? Painful.
How could Rel have lived this long without the long dream?
In a way, he didn't. He knew his mortality would undo his purpose. So he
100 kinetic siphon traps.
forever. He committed his soul to the
Video
undead
games.
vessel. Yes.
And now I'll get my wellspring upgrade.
In the depths of the sacred temple, an eternal vigil against the indifference.
And you believed him. You helped him do it.
Yes. After everything you've seen, wouldn't you?
So I can just do that every so often. Do I have a totally different energy pool on this character? So this is 100 in the corner. I don't know. Blue circle, okay. I was wondering why it said 100 and it was saying I was out of energy. I see.
There, Tenno. Trap it.
I don't have to be weird about it. I probably had enough to do it all at the start. I misused a few.
Shy. Meeting someone new and can't say
The mission's so
hello.
nice, we did it thrice. I guess they added the mechanic and wanted you to use it like more than one time.
Another. Don't let it escape.
Scared. You look around and Mom is not there.
Yeah. Which isn't worth using because it's option number like 7 I have to kill things. Probably doesn't matter in story missions. I feel like these missions really needed to be authored rather than procedural. But I guess the whole game is dependent on procedural map generation.
Tired. You run and run until you can't run anymore.
Blessed Tenno, Rel has returned to his sacred vessel. I will join him there at once. Please, come, for I fear I haven't got the strength to do what must be
I liked
done.
the first quest in this series. And the second quest was okay, but these use the traps quests are quite bad. I don't like them at all. It doesn't help that the waypoint thing is like fucked in all of them, it seems like. I think there's an interesting like momentum issue with Warframe where like every second you're moving towards the next thing you're supposed to do feels pretty good, and every second you're like, wait, what? Where was I supposed to go? That thing just moved. Feels bad, and like it gets increasingly bad feelings the longer you're stuck, right? More so than in a lot of games. I think it's because they've already established that like all of this environment, you know, art is superfluous, and I'm just supposed to ignore it and like speed past it, right? It's really interesting that they got rid of flawed mods. I feel like that was a good decision. Yeah.
If Rel's been caught in a transference loop for this long,
Yeah.
the psychological effects could have been catastrophic. This man in the wall, these
Is it
delusions,
good with the first rank, or do I need all the
exposure
ranks?
all
I guess that's a
Tenno
substantial amount of energy, isn't it?
that Palladino can find
First ability
peace
means
for
the
Rel,
one
so this
button.
never happens again.
Okay, but I still want to like max it and the initial thing, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Wellspring is my one button as the operator. Doesn't proc when you press 1 in Warframe mode. That's icky. Okay, so I have to press 5 and then 1. Let me make notes. Press 5 to turn into operator 1, then swap back for energy region buff. Okay.
Our temple, our home, his tomb. Come, meet our guiding light.
That's weird. It seems like a kind of crazy input tax to get energy region. When I read the description, I was like, oh, that must be whenever I press 1, it gives me like a burst of energy region. This game feels like it has a lot of like input taxes, actually. Like just kind of the base movement is, it's not just, there's not like a press to twirl fly across the map thing, right? I had to set up my mouse to have control and shift and
Release him, Tenno. Destroy
jump.
the chains that bind the harrowing vessel. He's earned his rest.
Oh, that's cool. Pretty spooky.
You may enter here, but only as your
Oh, I thought
true
Nomic was just
sacred
saying I
form.
don't actually care about being in the well to get the bonus.
Holy Rel, you have sacrificed enough. Pass on your burden and rest.
That fucking sucks for real.
Tenno, destroy the chains. Only your sacred power will damage them. Tenno, something's wrong. That's not Rel. That's...
Let's have a little quiet. It's my turn to ask the questions.
Well, love, I told you. You can't pet her that hard. Be gentle or she'll bite. Are you okay, Rel?
I won't let you take me from me.
I like having that in the middle of the sequence here. That's neat.
What have you done to Rel?
Is Wellspring helping me here too? It's kind of hard to tell. Let's see.
Tenno! You need to save him from this. Destroy the chains.
How dare you laugh at him? You should be ashamed of yourselves. Don't look away. Look at him. He's not invisible.
Tap, tap. You'll let me in, little piggy.
How do I get energy back for doing... I think I understand now. Like, what makes my little circle go back up? Not being in stealth, I guess? Also, I kind of need to constantly be in stealth so as not to get harassed here. Yeah, they're saying stuff backwards. People played those back. Great.
Mama's not herself, Rel. I think you should wait with the other kids until they fix the ship. I love you, but you have to go. Go!
And go with all of these.
But the in kids don't care about the invisible outs. If you were alone in that drift, you'd need a friend. Even like me.
Wellspring is a buff that once I touch it, I get the benefit and it just lasts. I don't have to touch it again after that or stand in it. Oh, I see it in the top right. Does it re-up every time I step back in the thing? Oh shit. What's the 6 in the corner for Wellspring? Alright, what's going on here?
By sacred shadow and righteous blood, blessed Rel, your aged vessel is dust and your chains are broken. Be free!
But the man in the wall, who will...
They will have to. All of them. They owe you this. We all do.
Yeah, I feel...
Go on, Rel. Which one?
Might be doubled in operator form. Okay. So EP.
This one, Mama. I feel... tired.
Good, Rel. You were learning. Well, why don't you have a little rest then?
Okay. Okay, Mama.
That was just supposed to be a disembodied voice, right? Because I like saw something look like it disappeared. I don't think there was supposed to be like a person I could see there.
You have new quests in your codex.
Arrow blueprint. Okay. Oh, hey, what's up?
With Rel at peace, we will rebuild in his honor. We will do what we've always done. Take the outcasts, the ones that don't fit in.
The game might softlock.
And prepare them. Thank you to you and your great queen for setting Rel to
Oh,
rest.
because of the fact that this is
Take
impossible
this
for most
offering.
players anymore.
It's the thing of greatest value I can give you.
Okay. What was up with my operator sitting there? Yeah, would I literally like just like soft locked Warframe? My account would be like nuked essentially.
Orders reminds the operator to take time for themselves. Pressure creates diamonds, yes, but it also creates rubble.
don't think I have anything else that I care about here. It wouldn't brick the account. Okay.
Saddle up.
So now I can do Rising Tide. Rising Tide or Apostasy Prologue. Actually, kind of at time, but I need to go decide whether it makes more sense for me to go over this evening or to start early tomorrow. So I'm going to pause and step away real quick, feed the cats, check what's going on, and come back and let you know what the plan is. So I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, I'm just going to keep going tonight. That way I can upload the VOD tonight without having to stitch it tomorrow, because Warframe is a lot of on-screen motion, so the VOD size is enormous and it takes forever to process on YouTube. Okay, so Rising Tide is a grind. Apostasy is a short 5-minute quest. We may have to build the personal quarters segment first. Is that a quest to do personal quarters? What do I need to do to progress that? In the foundry? Oh, so I might have to wait. Is it miscellaneous? An hour. Where do I get an argon crystal? You just have to run around in the void and hope it drops, essentially. Like a candy loop. Epit. Smash crates. Okay. Is that a thing you had to quickly Google? Or do you just know offhand from playing the game for 2,000 hours?
We received intel that somebody
Argon crystals decay in real time.
Find them and capture them.
Yeah. Well, it just seems like it's a random material, right? In a game that has a lot of random bullshit materials. So, like, it decays even in your inventory? What a weird choice.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
Like if you get 5, then in the half-life, or if you get 6 in the half-life, it'll decay to 3, and so on. What an interesting choice.
Excellent work.
Okay, so what kind of crates? Do the crates show up on the map anywhere? Okay, there's such a significant input tax here, it's crazy. So 515 412 to basically do one thing. Or 421, I should say. At least the 515 is relatively fast. White square box icons. Okay, I see them all over the place. They don't want people to stock up on them and be ready for stuff. They wanted them to come back to this map and run around breaking crates every so often instead. Pretty funny. So it's not the lockers that I open, it's things I can break. These things. Still haven't gotten one right. I'm trying to pay attention. Walkers can also drop it. Worth opening if I see it. Okay. I haven't left behind any white stars this level for today, have I? Yeah, this basically solves my energy problem. I just have to press a lot of buttons to do it. I wonder if they're less likely to spawn in missions or something. I need to make like a macro for my mouse to press 515 for me every now and then. It's kind of like annoyingly out of the way, but also not that big of a deal. Still haven't seen any Argon, I think. E. Okay. Yeah, I might. If I do a mouse macro, I would do that. That's a little bit more awkward for me to press 5-1-E. It's almost like Helldivers having to put in codes. There's one, right? I only need the one.
I will consider what I have learned from the skirmish.
So I can get it building over the course of the next hour. And start the recommended mission in the meantime, I guess. Okay.
When that domestic habitation
Should I start any of these other ones? Does this matter?
is complete.
It's already
Otis will
owned.
renovate your new space. Otis loves nesting.
Okay. No.
Online. Crew. Dax. My crew is gone. Tenno. You will do. Awaiting dry dock integration.
This reminds me of System Shock, the original version, where like you get all these emails and the text in the email is always it's completely different from the voice acted text because of the order in which they did stuff. Sometimes it's the same, but I hate when there's like voice acting I have to pay attention to with text underneath it. I almost need to just like close my eyes and pay attention to the voice acting. Okay, so I need 9 mutagen samples. Where do I get those? A good place to find those is Deimos, question mark? Okay. Enemies will just drop them. How many do I need? Can you pin foundry recipes in this? That'd be nice.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Attack us, we will counter.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
Okay, then I can just take my time killing guys here, or do I have to like look for
Mission complete. The captain
Chest to
has been
break.
escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
mostly kill stuff? Oh, do you use mouse macros?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
It would be great instead of having to press like 3 buttons to have energy regen, I just had energy regen. Nanospores. I was about to say 1 button, but maybe we can go to the next level with this. That's what I was getting at earlier, and I was saying I wonder if they made a Warframe 2 and they could start from scratch, if they would even like have this energy regime in the first place, or they would just throw it out and have everything be cooldown based. Doesn't that game also have like piano flasks? Hey, it's that thing I'm supposed to grab that I probably am going to be able to get up there. Bad at wall jumping. God, I don't understand how verticality works in this game. Back up there. I guess I can use my Tenno form somewhat annoyingly. Why are you the way you choose to be, game? I haven't noticed if I've got any of the drops I'm here for yet. RuneScape has a 1 input, 1 action rule too, but in that game it's like super reasonable because most things are only 1 action. I don't think there's much in that game. Because it's all mediated by the mouse, never do they tell you, here, press 4 buttons to do one thing. Yeah, I remember talking about Piano Flask and people being like, I should be able to macro that because I'm literally just smashing them while I play, and it's not fun. I guess they eventually adjusted it so that wasn't necessary. It was insane that it was necessary for as long as it was, though. Like, I was absolutely, like, flabbergasted by how long that game was willing to have things just be terrible. And not just, like, have them be terrible, but, like, insist that it was good, actually. Illegal popsicle stick tech, right? You still have to piano flask for like the first 2 to 3 days of every league. Amazing. Enemies spawn indefinitely if I'm just trying to farm for a specific kind of item in this map. Or is it better to leave and start another map since I can get the clear really quickly? Is there anything I can do to get my 4 to cast a little bit faster? It just slows me down enough that it feels frustrating to try to keep up all the time.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Faster to restart the mission when I smash all the crates. And my shit broke. It sucks. Oh, it just doesn't work while I'm transformed. Okay. I do feel like I'm seeing substantially more of these focus orbs though, so that's neat. Five, 1, 5, and then 1. What are natural talent and speed drift? I don't know if I got a single drop here. I wish I could pin the recipe, that would be great.
That was a close one.
Crates are the main thing containing stuff I'm looking for. Got plenty of nanospores apparently. Be up to you. I don't know. I got 2. I think I needed like 3. Godspeed with Raid Night turning. Let's do the normal 6-hour stream tomorrow. $15. I need 7 more. Yeah, you're welcome too. So what's the easiest way to invite you? Hey, I figured it out. I'm a genius. Synchronized swimming, the video game. Have you played that Rabbits and Steel game or whatever it is? Somebody that made like, it was the thing I've always been asking for. They made Final Fantasy 14 raids, but it's like oops all raids. Horrend again? Or Terrorim? Oh, you voted on it, I see. Gotcha. I see.
Distract the infested while a lone Tenno operative hunts for
It sounds like the
Set off the alarms
ballet
to search.
aspect is the more, like, salient part of it. The roguelite is just a way to make the runs feel different each time.
Toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for survival.
Thanks, Namek. Appreciate it. Just getting some items for progress. Guess I'm not surprised that there are main story quests that require you to do stuff like this, but video games. Is my wellspring buff make it so that, or I'm sorry, I have a mod that makes it so my abilities last longer. Does that apply to wellspring as well? feel like I thought my 2 was supposed to get refreshed whenever I would blow stuff up, but it seems to disappear sometimes. This is like a completely different game when you have Wellspring. That's kind of crazy. Why would you ever shoot anything, it feels like? I think it has to be hard for endgame players who know how all the frames play to be like, oh yeah, you should totally play Saren or whatever. They have this cool system of like applying debuffs, and it's like, oh, the character literally doesn't make sense unless if you have infinite energy. Already gotten, I just saw myself get 2 mutagen samples. Oh. Thank you for the help. Do you have some kind of like setup that's giving me even more infinite energy? Oh, I see. Because boosted drop rates means more orbs are dropping. Is there a way to get to a point where orbs just pick up without you having to like actively stand on them? Now, I never use my 3 on this character because I never have the energy to afford it. What does 3 even do? I am in with you. I feel like I'm playing a completely different game now. This is kind of crazy. Do we have to do anything to actually finish the mission here once we see enough of the things drop? God, it would make me so happy if I could actually, like, pin the recipe on this screen and see it go up. Oh, that's right, this is one of the missions where it lets you leave, like, another sample there. Fast shards are doing 118k damage, which is cool. You need 5,000 samples? Oh my god. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're not just doing charity. What a game.
Delivered another life support capsule.
Oh, I'm out of energy finally.
Discovery. Keep up the good work. Extraction is available if you need it.
I see. Probably still need a couple more. I haven't noticed if more dropped. Even if I could just pin an item that I'm currently farming to see what my current amount is without having to like pull up a menu to check, that would be great. Oh, and we get the same drop, so if you have 10, I probably have 10. Press P. 7, we can get out of here then. So just run to the green exit then. Oh, okay. But there, even after killing all those guys, I only got like 1,800 focus from killing dudes versus the 5,000 I got for free, essentially. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I got 170 endo. That's nice. Is another rank in Wellspring more important than another rank in the first energy thing? I don't hate Wellspring, but I hate that it's like an activated ability that I have to manage every 20 seconds. I think the other thing is just a passive. Alright, I can do it from here. They're roughly equal. Is there anything else on this board that's as important as maxing these guys out? Boost its duration by 14 seconds. Ew. I guess it boosts the duration of the Wellspring, not boosts the duration of the buff from standing in it. Okay. Okay. Inner Might says it's a passive. So every 90 seconds you can just do shit for free? Is that how that works? Yeah. But is that the idea that just literally every 90 seconds shit is free? Oh, it's just a random chance to proc. I see. I think the fact that like certain extremely crucial things build instantly, right? Because like, we're building an entire ship here. Is that what's happening? Erm's always like, yeah, in Path of Exile, I suffer in that game, and it's awesome. I can dry dock. Right, class is a harsh and unforgiving place.
You will refer to me as such.
Hi, Cephalon Psi.
The sentient threat has learned from past defeat, reforming, rebuilding. We must rebuild to contain that threat. We will reconstruct an old war-era Sigma Series railjack. A railjack requires a viable command cephalon. I am not a viable command cephalon. I will identify a viable replacement.
Why does my character have this, like,
recover the wreckage. Then
A pose stance?
Return to your orbiter.
I don't want to touch my hips. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Oh, you can change it, really? That's funny.
Our enemy rebuilds itself ceaselessly.
Where do you change it?
Must
It's not
have
like
that
important,
rail
but
track.
it's kind of funny. Appearance. Animation set. Oh, weird. None. Yeah, okay. Why do I have that? Did it just come with it? Yeah, that sounds awful, Herb. A lot of, like, I'm sure some Path of Exile fans will hear this and be like, yeah, that's true. I like that about the game. But a lot of times when people describe their experiences in that game, it's like, yeah, you know, I went in there, you know, shoved my junk in a drawer and just, like, slammed it over and over. It was awesome. And I'm like, okay, man, sounds great. Glad you're enjoying it. Only projectiles. A very large and finite amount of HP, so they all need to die. That's, I think, among the many game design sins we talk about on this stream, one of the things that drives me the most insane is stuff that basically never happens, but when it does is horribly impactful and, like, life ruining and day ruining, right? And there's a lot of video games that have those kinds of mechanics in them, where it's like, okay, at this point, if it basically never happens, just make it so it never happens. It's not, there's nothing interesting occurring here. Oh man, doing that that farming run with Nomic right now really, like, sapped. I had a little bit of interest in, like, occasionally pressing the sword button just because it feels good to see enemies die. But when I know what I could be doing is loading into a farming mission and just having infinite energy and just spamming my my glass explosion ability over and over. Like, I actively get anti-joy from attacking enemies now. I'm gonna try to just run past them. No, that time I had to do it to get past them real quickly. No, it's no worries. It's an issue with the format of game, right? Because that was, like, so much more effective, right, than anything else I could do.
From the Vidar School. Stay in close proximity while I scan it. Scan interrupted. Hold perimeter. Perimeter breached. Scan
Yeah, alright. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta every now and then press the 5 button so I can T-pose. Quickly T-pose so I can afford to cast my abilities here.
Interference drones detected. Scan interrupted. Return to objective.
Well, it's hard for me because it's like there's part of it where it's like, okay, you know, some people like things that I don't like. You know, I don't like running, for example. Running just feels awful. My body is screaming at me, you should stop, this is terrible. But then people will be like, well, when I go running, I get like a runner's high, right? Like I get like endorphins from doing it. And I can be like, oh, okay, so it's like something different's happening in your brain. But when people talk about like games like Path of Exile and they're like, oh yeah, it's so awesome, like I just, you know, lost a week's worth of farming materials and or like I have to press all these buttons all the time because all my buffs last like, you know, 3 seconds, so I have to reactivate the buff every 3 seconds. Just an extra input tax. It's so great. I'm like, but don't you want that same experience but without the bullshit? Wouldn't that like not make it better for you? I don't understand that part. Because if you could give me like the ability to run without my body screaming that this is the worst thing you've ever done and you should kill yourself, I would love running. Like, yes, make it better. And I've never had anybody tell me, yeah, the best thing about running is that my body is screaming at me to stop the whole time. Right? Fuselage get.
Tenno, your assistance is required in the dry dock.
Making alteration orbs on an amulet for 2 hours, making sure to read the output of each one to make sure you don't roll over the thing I want. Have they ever added any kind of like in-game way to do that that's less stupid, to be like, hey, these are the stats that I'm looking for. If any of these minimum stats pop up, when I click to re-roll the item, give me a pop-up that says, are you sure? Right? Like, it's insane. It completely insane to me that they actually ask you to click there and re-roll it like that. Yeah, right, Nomic? Right. I think it all comes back to the, I was going to check to see if I have enough focus points here. It comes back to that point I was making in my RuneScape video essay that there's like a quadrant, right? If you chart attention versus difficulty, there's a section of the chart that is like high attention and 0 difficulty, and that's like the misery zone for video games, regardless of what game it is. I can do this. Good. It's fine. And then I guess we'll just do whatever is the cheaper of the two until they're all maxed out. Or the 2 of them are maxed out. Yeah, right. You're just one-shotting everything anyway. Like, what's the point? Agree. So I've found that as I think more about game design and games, like I highly value stuff that doesn't require 0 difficulty, high attention. You can give me a play style that is you know, 95% as good as an attentive play style, but like half the attention. Sometimes that gap is enormous, right? Sometimes like the difference between playing it super sweaty and playing it good enough is a huge amount of attention for almost no payoff whatsoever. I think that's what drives me crazy about Path of Exile, is that feeling of there being not just attention to just like the core loop of like participating in combat, which can be fun, but the way you need to be constantly attentive to everything. You have to be attentive to drops, you have to be attentive, you're like, there's this enormous cognitive load just kind of processing what's happening in the game from second to second. But it's not super interesting. Like, you could automate most of it.
Railjack in some time. I remember. Orkin outer terminus positions have fallen.
Type a regex with the mods you want into the search bar. The item is grayed out unless it matches the regex. It's amazing.
Zada, there are none finer. We are family. We will stop this war.
Okay, so I need 3 neural sensors from Jupiter.
Hope. We were. There is work to be
Okay,
done.
so I'm past the, oh, look at all these cool high story density, low grind quests where I'm gonna do like, I'm gonna see like a big flower guy.
I have yet to find a viable
Crazy flower
command
lady.
Cephalon. My search continues.
Fuck. Ooh. This quest is unusual. Okay, most quests aren't like this. Gotcha. So now I'm in the danger zone because I should ask Nomic to come help me farm. But is any moment that Nomic's not available to help gonna feel terrible if I do too much farming in multiplayer with a farming build character? It's cursed. Don't need your help. Okay. Where should I go to get it? Deimos, and just actually finish the mission. Do I have to like kill stuff?
You have.
Just kill the boss and then leave. I don't have to fight anything else. I had a very formative moment. I've told this story on stream before, but I was playing
Very dangerous man. If he's allowed to carry out his plans,
wait for her to stop
no
talking.
Tenno in the system will be safe.
I was playing Phantasy Star Online forever ago. I forget what console. Probably the original Xbox. I'm having a really good time with it. Just one of those, like, I can see myself playing this game for hundreds of hours. And then one day, a hacker showed up next to me and dropped all the best gear in the game. And I just immediately turned it off and never played it again. And I've never played a Phantasy Star game since then. Even though I could have just not picked any of it up, right? Or I could have picked it up and then thrown it out and pretend like it didn't happen. It popped the nihilism bubble, or violated the magic circle of the game.
These corpus remind me of the Orokin. Selfish, greedy.
I do feel like Diablo likes tend to have that issue just in general with any kind of multiplayer. Like once you establish that it's on the table in Diablo 2 that a friend of yours could like rush you to the end game, do a rush for Forge or whatever, like once you have the fell knowledge that that's a possibility, any moment you spend playing through the campaign feels like a huge waste of time, right? And so the bubble is kind of popped forever.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, I've been looking all over for you, Tenno. Come, let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect fit.
There is the assassination target. You know what to do.
So, is this guy just really like is this level very low level, and so I'm crushing it because I'm a higher level than it? Like, I'm still not sure I understand how scaling works in this game. So this map doesn't scale, right?
Walkers incoming.
Like at all? I feel like this system of you get 5,000 focus whenever the orb spawns. Oh, jeez, sorry. This system essentially means that you almost get level ups based on playtime, practically. I guess you could like target farm it if you wanted to go up faster, but the majority of players are just going to naturally get abilities per X hours played. Unless if the orb spawn chance is like super variable. No scaling for anything. I see. Yeah. We just repeat this mission until I get all the drops I need. What did I need again? How many of them do I need? Fuck. I needed 3 of something. Yeah, that makes sense.
The
Neural
VIP that we're
sensors.
hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
Watch the security systems.
The Zanuka prototype has made Alad V a very dangerous man. If he is allowed to carry out his plans, no Tenno in the system will be safe. If Alad V is victorious today, he will dissect your Warframe and use the pieces to build more of his pets. You must not let this happen.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
You have loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka project will fix that for
My
you.
operator's talking. Yeah.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab.
This game is I can easily imagine a version of it that's just the math aspect of it is structured a little bit differently, and so I'm like completely fucking addicted to it, and like, you know, I finish stream and I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna play this in my own time. I'm just gonna record 1,000 hours of Warframe gameplay. So it's very interesting to play a game where like it has a lot of things that should appeal to me, but then the math aspect of the way the grind works, the way farming works. Wait, did he live slightly longer this time for some reason? I feel like I didn't do anything different than that time. Maybe I just like skipped a phase the first time or something. The robot pet can revive him. Okay. So maybe the pet died the first time. It's 5,000. I should grab it. Didn't see that it dropped before I started running. It's going. Pressing aim in midair is always slower than not doing that, right? That's more for like precision.
Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Love
Distance or
folks who
precision.
love what
Okay.
they do.
They won't be
Alloy plate.
Let's get out of here.
Neural sensors is what I need, so I didn't get one. We try again. Okay. And he has a chance to drop it. It's fun to do the, it's not fan fiction, fan modding, hypothetical fan modding. Imagine a version of this game that just has a different, like, progression structure to
The
it.
corpus, if Zanuka is mass produced, you are here to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, if it's your friends you're looking
I guess
for,
part of it too is that it's doing a many paths to the same destination thing, right? Like the reason to level up lots of different weapons and to level up lots of different frames is because it's like Pokemon, right? You're collecting the frames. It's a thing to do. It's to max them all out or whatever. But there aren't any missions that are like, okay, you have to have Gara for this mission, otherwise you physically can't do the level. Or have they added stuff like that?
Enterprise. Excellent. Please report to my lab. for reconstruction.
The Pokemon aspect. Sure, yeah.
And take them out.
Oh, I've been looking all over.
I guess maybe that's a difference in my mind, because I think about something like RuneScape, a game that is structured very well to get me to want to do everything. I think RuneScape works for me because like every individual activity is a unique path to a unique destination.
You've located the VIP. Time to go to work.
Saluka is your future, your destiny.
Try killing this dog next time. Neural sensors, I got 2. So I only need to do this one more time, probably? Or, well, I don't know if I got one the first time I killed him, I didn't see. It's lucky. Cool.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Thinking of all the mods that are like, the thing you're doing does 50% more damage for no opportunity cost that are an uncommon drop from one specific mission type in planet number 14, right? Yeah, but then, like, the thing that makes you do 50% more damage is not necessary to have, because it's so hard to have a level that puts you in the Goldilocks zone where enemies die in 2 to 3 hits as opposed to dying in 1 hit all the time, right? I feel like you spend the vast majority of your playtime in a game like this with everything dying immediately.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
That's not, again, that's not a Warframe problem. That's like a Diablo-like problem. The actual endgame content. It's so far above my level, it's hard to even describe the gap. Yeah, I find that interesting too, that like, this has been an issue with MMOs for a long time, right? Where there's this bizarre... In order to do hardcore endgame raiding in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, you have to play what is essentially a completely different perpendicular game that has virtually nothing in common with the endgame as like penance to unlock the totally different thing. And in principle, I don't hate that concept. In fact, I think that's why I like RuneScape so much, because it has so many like weird, totally unrelated tasks that completely gate each other. And that level of like extreme gating is what makes the game so good in my mind.
Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for.
Where it's like, you know, go run in a circle for 12 hours and then you can fight the coolest, hardest boss in the game, right? But like that, but fractal and throughout the whole game, and not just like, here, read this visual novel for 100 hours and then you'll have the opportunity to do this crazy synchronized swimming combat ballet thing.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest...
They did actually get rid of the flawed mods as of today, which is nice.
Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
We contracted you with a mark.
So my character is like substantially more powerful because of that.
Corpus have tech weapons. We'll need to be careful.
I have been trying to think about this problem of the Goldilocks zone in games like this that have like a ridiculous number of interlocking systems and a ridiculous number of stacking powers, where like getting the math right so that enemies die in a reasonable number of hits is actually kind of hard to do when you give the player that much control over the build.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. There is the assassination target. You know what to do.
Saluka is your future, your destiny. You are obsolete. Make way for the next gen.
Hexanon. Alright. Not what we came here for.
Nice work taking down the VIP. Now get to extraction.
I meant that I found out about it today. Today they converted all my shit over, which is good. So those yellow orbs will spawn even as I'm just running away if I'm not attacking any enemies. It doesn't correlate at all with like me doing damage to dudes. What's this blue thing? Oh yeah, I have to like scan it. And that does something. It is just a timed thing. Okay.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
RuneScape 3 ended up adding a lot of stuff like that where it's like, okay, you know, we want you to complete this grind in 20 hours is our objective. So we're going to make it so that the currency that drops that you need to get however many of, right, is going to drop exactly once every 5 minutes. Like it literally can't drop more than once every 5 minutes so that there's no like spikiness where there's not going to be somebody who goes super dry and somebody who gets it super early. And I guess the consistency is nice, but it can be frustrating to look at something and just be like, this is just 20 hours that I have to spend to get this thing, right? Whereas in old school RuneScape, usually that's like an actual die being rolled.
Prototype is a monstrosity forged from the bodies of our fallen Tenno. We cannot allow
Down here.
Zanuka to go
So you at least have, even though realistically you have so many roles that it's probably going to be common with every other player in the game, you can at least pretend, oh, I could get super lucky and be done with this grind, you know, in 16 hours instead of 20 hours.
Today. He will dissect your Warframe and use the pieces to build more of his pets. You
Played
must
about 3
not
years
let this
ago.
happen.
I think that's when I played it on stream the first time. It was 2021. They have fixed a lot of things. The combat feels a lot better because the UI is much clearer now.
A bid for my newest Zanuka prototype. Oh, I've been looking all over for you, Terry. Come, let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect fit.
We've got robots inbound.
The devs have accepted there's nothing they can do to reasonably challenge the actual builds of in-game players. It's trivial to be unkillable and do godlike amounts of damage. Yeah.
You have loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka project will fix that for
That's
you.
so interesting. That's so... I don't think that's a bad thing, right?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Because it's like it's the Path of Exile thing where you like uncover a new kind of game. You think you're making a Diablo-like game, but you're actually making a game about like theory crafting and making builds. And the game part of it is just a way to test your engine to see if it works or not. 8 hexamine. Like, Balatro isn't a game about playing poker well. Like, the poker is a thing that you do to test that you made the correct Joker decisions and the right choices in the shop, right? I mean, I guess, you know, there's some tactically interesting choices, like what discards you do and what hands you play, but they're mostly predetermined from the build choices you made at that point. Absurd mods on endgame maps. Yeah. Testing efficiency makes sense. That's been a... What the fuck is this red thing? You know? It's gone now. Is it like a super enemy or something? I'm trying to look at the minimap more to notice stuff.
Down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
I only need him to drop the thing I need one more time, and then we're good to go. So hopefully I just get lucky here. But I don't mind being able to focus on just talking for a bit. I was gonna say I wonder. thinking for a while that someone could make, you know, Schmath of Exile. They could see that Path of Exile is really popular, see that it has basically spawned a new genre of game, a new subgenre that is like Diablo adjacent but is no longer Diablo, and just set out to make a game that feels like Path of Exile but is not like Path of Exile at all. That is not Last Epoch. Last Epoch is like, no, we want to do a Diablo game. We want it to feel like Diablo, and so it does, right? I think it has some, you know, build crafting stuff for the players who are super into it, but it's much more about the like tactical gameplay than it is about the theory crafting. And I wonder if that's also true of Warframe, if Warframe has also kind of almost stumbled into a separate new subgenre of Diablo-like that is very different from like Destiny or Diablo or Path of Exile or Last Epoch or whatever.
You're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka prototype.
Because the focus on like the Pokemon collection aspect is not something that exists like at all really in a game like Last Epoch. Or I guess arguably in a game like Path of Exile.
Oh, I've been looking all over.
Path of Exile 2 is trying to make involved boss fights.
Let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect.
Yeah. A lot of my experience with Diablo bosses is it's either a build test, either you get to ignore all the mechanics because your build is so great, or you actually have to pay attention. And preferably you don't want to pay attention, but you will if you have to, right?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit.
It's cool boss fights in this, but they don't revolve around damage or survivability.
You've come to make a donation to my newest enterprise.
I guess the drain I'm circling, the reason I'm even bringing this up is I'm wondering, like, does health even matter? Maybe it doesn't, and maybe that's okay, right? Like, maybe you can make a game like this where you're just invincible, like, because the failure state is so boring. And it's like, it's here because that's how games have always been done. But could you make a Warframe game that just throws out the idea at all? Or entirely alloy plate. Okay, keep trying. You have to pay attention to beat endgame PoE bosses. It's not economical for you to be fighting them. Yeah, exactly. You should be doing something easier.
Lock and load.
I guess the having to manage your survivability or having to manage your health or whatever is like another thing that you have to account for. I was having this discussion with my friend Kat. He ended up getting pretty into Last Epoch, but some of the complexity of Last Epoch was really frustrating for him because he doesn't enjoy that like theory crafting build aspect. And he really didn't like the idea that he had needed to like cap his resists, right? And I think he had a good reason for disliking it because it's like, okay, this is just like a gear tax that I have to pay, right? Like when I'm deciding the shit that I want to make my gear good, there's this stat that is boring and sucks and doesn't make my character any better that I just have to make sure I have on some amount of my gear. Like what is requiring you to cap resist actually requiring you to do? It's not really a defensive challenge. It's not like, oh, if you don't defend, cap your resist, then the game's going to be 10% harder. It's like, no, if you don't cap your resist, then you're going to get one shot. Like you're not playing the game if you didn't cap your resists. Right? You need to be invulnerable in order for the game to be fun. Sell the spawn items to someone who has a build that deletes them. I'm constantly interested in these principles in game design that are basically just calcified. They're here because of decades of institutional momentum. It's a game mechanic because it's literally the way we've always done things. and it would be anathema to consider otherwise, right? Like experience points is one of those in a lot of RPGs. Some kind of like
The Zanuka
leveling
prototype
system,
has
no matter how
made
silly
Alec
it
a
seems
very
with the rest of the other
dangerous man.
systems you put
If he is
together.
allowed to carry out his plans,
We do that because
no
that's the way
Tenno
we've
in the
always
system
done it,
will
and
be
it would be wrong to get rid of it.
Oh,
you know?
have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
I guess a game like Vampire Survivors is sort of like what happens when you make a Diablo-like and you remove survivability. Like, there is still survivability in that you don't want to have guys stand on top of you, but that's the extent of it, right? You're not, like, equipping armor.
We'll fix that for you. Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for, you're welcome to place a big
There's not a lot of
photo
complexity to don't stand in the bad in that game.
We've contracted you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target.
Mechanic in the game where you get iframes and your shields break after generating to full. The community found an exploit where you could use an item to dump your shield stat and then regenerate it that can make you invulnerable. It wasn't intuitive, so they reworked it to be easier to use and more powerful. That's kind of cool. I like that. Yeah. It seems like they've got the right idea. It seems like they're leaning into the way the players are playing it, and I think that idea of a game that's not supposed to be hard, that your character's supposed to be like super powerful and essentially invulnerable. They do seem to be leaning into it correctly, but I wonder if like the natural consequence of what they're doing is to just get rid of health entirely. Like what purpose is it serving, you know?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You've located the VIP.
I mean that not in a negative sense at all. I just wonder is it possible to make a game from scratch that throws out health and it works and it's fine?
You are obsolete. Make way for the next generation. No! Leave her alone!
Can you die already, please? Wrong drop again.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work,
Yeah.
Ted.
I think that it was much easier to get rid of lives and
We've
continues.
got robots inbound.
It didn't raise the kind of like existential questions that getting rid of health in a game like this would raise. Like obviously health matters in a Souls game. I would never ever call for Souls to get rid of health and defense. Although I might call for it to get rid of the vigor stat and just make your health go up naturally when you kill bosses and shit. It's kind of stupid to require players to, you know, pay their taxes.
Target down. Assassination contract complete.
But I wonder if this genre is approaching a point where it doesn't make sense to have defenses anymore. Health buckets in shooter games. Go halfway there. This game feels more... This game isn't really about build crafting, right? They don't like put out a new mod or a new set of mods that make players go, holy shit, now, you know, Gara is 30% stronger, like they do in Path of Exile, where there might be a new legendary that people theory craft and come up with a crazy build.
If he's allowed
It can
to carry
be.
out his plans, no Tenno in the system will be safe.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise?
I guess I kind of got the sense that they had more of a,
For reconstruction.
I don't know, like a fighting game approach to balance, or like a Smash Brothers approach to balance, where it's like, this is our intended way for you to use your kit, essentially, and these are the intended obvious upgrades you would take, and then occasionally the community probably finds out some unexpected broken interaction, but it's not a game that's about unexpected broken interactions like Path of Exile.
For my newest Zanuka prototype.
We've contracted you with a mark.
Sure.
You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target.
Well, I guess that part's interesting because if there's not really significant scaling for a good chunk of the game, I guess is the theory crafting more important in the end game, just in the sense that like you need to have a certain threshold of damage to delete the boss instantly, and so you have to like get the right mods so that the boss dies right away, or that the mission dies right away.
Market forces dictate that you need to evolve or die. Which will it be, Tenno?
Hexanon again.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Kind of getting unlucky here, I think. Do we know percentage drop rates? I'm guessing like 1 in 10.
Track it down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno. Looks like heavy activity ahead. They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Hundreds of times the effective HP and do hundreds of thousands of damage in one hit. Yeah. I can completely understand the build crafting aspect of Path of Exile. I feel like that's Balatro is about that as well. I think Balatro is about it in a really efficient way. You know, in that game, it's like the developer comes up with all these crazy Joker concepts, and then just kind of like says, "Okay, go for it. What are you going to come up with, right?" And there's probably a couple ideas that the dev had in mind. It was like, well, it makes sense that this would combo with this. But I'm sure the majority of the most busted builds in that game were a total surprise to the dev.
From the bodies of our fallen Tenno. We cannot allow Zanuka to go into full production. Destroy
So that shit's great. I love it.
Pet.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
I guess part of what Path of Exile adds to the equation is like,
Has all the power of a Warframe with a full
how would I
complement of
phrase this?
It's as if you were fighting one of your own today.
You have loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka program will fix that for you. Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for, you're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka.
There's like infinite sub-variations of Jokers, maybe, where like, it's not just, hey, this Joker gives 20x mult. It's, hey, here's this Joker that every time you see it, there's a chance it has somewhere between 1 and 20x mult, and a chance that it has somewhere between this number and that number. So like, there's also this added level of, you can theoretically know what like threshold stat values you need, but actually putting together all the pieces of the gear to hit those breakpoints is kind of interesting.
Be a perfect fit.
I don't know, maybe my argument that like the build crafting thing in Path of Exile is like literally the exact same thing as Balatro isn't fair, and that there is significantly more depth to it in a Diablo-like game, but
Market forces dictate that you need to evolve or die. Which will it be, Tenno?
die please.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Hexanon, well I'm gonna have all the Hexanon I ever need. There's a skill called Hex Blast that does a shitload of chaos damage to a curse enemy and removes the curse. They revealed with the video where someone casts a curse on a group of enemy and then Hex Blasts. If everyone plays is to have a curse aura and a second curse that applies on all hits. And throw mines that do 10 auto-targeted Hex Blasts every second. That's fun. I like that.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
The only way you survive the extreme end game of Warframe is to exploit interactions between mods, abilities, and upgrades. Okay. So that's really interesting, though. I wonder why it's only like that at the end of the game, because it's probably literally hundreds of hours until you start encountering content that requires that level of like build craft, getting the right mods and shit and abilities to even be able to survive and attempt the content in the first place. But until that point, there are no like breakpoints like that, right? There is no, hey, here's a really hard mission, and if you don't have your shit together and have a solution to, I don't know, cryo damage or whatever, you're fucking dead.
To carry out his plans, no Tenno in the system will be safe.
But they've had no interest of like backporting that to earlier parts of the game, right? Because it's the same thing with like an MMO where you have this almost perpendicular game that you play for a long time, and then your reward for playing this totally different game is a new game about build craft and precise ability usage and that kind of a thing.
We'll fix that for you.
It's really interesting.
Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for, you're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka prototype.
Assassination contracts are not to be taken lightly. Eliminating this target will have a significant impact on enemy forces. Search the area. Leave no survivors.
Balatro is probably just on my mind because my wife has been playing it a lot lately, and it's really good. But I think as a counterpoint, it's a game that feels like it is fractally itself, right? If you look at any subdivision of Balatro, if you look at a single hand of Balatro, a single shop run, regardless of the strength of your build, it all looks like Balatro, right?
Let me show you my new venture.
Whereas games like this seem to have this really weird like segmentation to what the game feels like to play. Path of Exile has that really severely where like you're not even really playing the game until you get to maps. So it kind of beggars the question, like, why don't we just start at maps? Why do we even have a campaign? Well, because Diablo had a campaign, right?
You are make way for the next generation.
More Hexanon. They're playing to two different audiences in that case. Yeah, they did the whole main story and never touched some of that stuff.
Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Right, which you can also do in Final Fantasy XIV, to be fair. Like, so in a game like Final Fantasy XIV, it feels like what's going on is a lot of people are playing it for the visual novel and kind of the more chill base multiplayer experience, which isn't super hard. You know, like Northern Lion was joking, the boss goes ha ha ha, and then there's like an orange thing on the ground and you're not supposed to stand in it. Like that's the non-savage experience of FF14. And then they can cater ultra difficult content like the ultimate raids to really dedicated extreme players, and it can be economical for them to do it because those dedicated players will stream their attempts. It'll build up buzz about the game, even if, like, you know, only 1% of players or fewer actually ever engage with it. Is that kind of what's happening with Warframe, that, like, the people who are super into the end game are consuming it via streaming, or is it that the game is selected so hard for people that want that hardcore end game that they actually do represent a larger percentage of the people playing the game? Forbidden Right spell that does percent-based damage to you and adds damage of the spell based on the same percent of your health. Usually putting totems and letting the totems kill themselves.
A very dangerous man. If he is allowed to carry out his plans,
it's funny.
No Tenno in the system will be safe.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
Alan V sees the power of the Tenno and thinks he can take it for himself.
So it's similar in the sense that there's a different kind of game at the end game, but it's not anywhere near as intense as what you're saying.
We'll fix that for you.
It's a knowledge gap. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Friends you're looking for. You're welcome to place a bid for my newest Zanuka prototype.
The assassination target is nearby. Seek and destroy.
Corpus technology won't be enough to stop us.
Oh, I've been looking all over for you, Terry. Come, come, let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect fit. And now, let me show you the...
Well, I mean, I guess that's true for veterans, but my experience with Path of Exile is that I played it until I completed the campaign and then never did maps, and then, oh, there's my neural sensor. That's nice. Get out of here. Nice. I thought I was gonna be here forever. That was actually kind of nice. I like doing chill grinds like that, where there's just a chance for it to be over whenever.
Nice work taking down.
I didn't hate that. That was actually, I wish that the game had more of that, or that it was like conveyed more clearly. Like, I wish it was like, hey, you know, you need this thing to do this mission. Literally go kill this boss because he's the most efficient source of it until it drops, and it's a 1 in 7 chance. Yeah. Play one of the 5 good leveling builds until the build you actually want to play can function. It's kind of like nuts to have a leveling build at all in the first place. It doesn't seem like you're playing the same game when you're doing that.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
I guess I'm not necessarily calling for, wait, did I not get, oh no, there it is, neural sensors. I'm not calling for Diablo likes to ditch the campaign, but I do think that they're starting to reveal that that's not the real game, so like, why is it here? Is there something else we can do that's not the real game, that is a training period for the real game? Why does it need to be a story campaign that everybody hates and tries to get through to get to the good part, right? Alright, so I think I can just go back here and then fast travel there. And this game is like the opposite, right? Because this game is... It doesn't sound like the end game where you actually have to care about your build and get your mods together and do everything just right is the game that people are trying to rush to. They actually enjoy, you know, everything just kind of getting turbo nuked, and then being essentially invincible. And so a lot of the game up to that end game is like that, because it's what people have fun doing. But I guess if people enjoy the phase where they're asked to, like, you know, in order to solve this breakpoint, you have to go collect all these ingredients to craft these mods that you need to have a chance of winning, why hasn't that been backported earlier into the game is what's interesting to me. I guess because they don't need to backport it, because the players who are going to get to the good part are just going to do it.
You will be contacted upon completion.
You have like an interstitial puzzle to crack before you're permitted to start nuking stuff again.
This will take
some
time.
Are you serious? 3 minutes? Oh, well now it only says 42 seconds. Why? Okay. It's like there's not enough to do in a minute to go do something else. Checks Mixer HD. I do think there are some weird fundamental problems.
This will take some time. This will take some time.
Why is this like this? I don't understand this. 3 minutes isn't enough time to do literally anything. I mean, I guess I could look at the menus. Leave the relay and go back in. Okay. I could understand if it was an hour. I could understand if it was 30 minutes. I gotta go do a mission or two, right? But 3 minutes? What a weird choice. It used to be 12 hours. Okay. I can understand 12 hours. I mean, I'd be kind of annoyed, but they like, I guess that's a good example. The correct thing to do there is just make it 0 seconds, but instead they made it like the most baffling possible number. The resource cost was 10 times as much. Wow, so you really had to farm that boss for 10 times as long? I just have to wait. I think I just have to wait.
This will take some time.
All right. What's my glyph? God. No, that's okay. Happy with my glyph. Summary of your progress. Balance it around veteran players. Wait, so this is a much later game? So I did the quest that they moved to the early game, and now I'm kind of back to where I was after the War Within, is that right? Okay, gotcha.
This will take some time.
Return to orbiter. Okay. Fucking weird.
Our enemy rebuilds itself ceaselessly.
I can understand.
Must have that railjack.
What's the word I was calling it? Iteration sickness with this game. I can understand iterating. Like, okay, 12 hours is too much. Let's drop it to a reasonable number, like 3 minutes. 3 minutes is better than 12 hours, right? But it's like, but it's basically 0. Why to make it 0 then? Or make it 3 seconds? What the fuck? It wasn't part of the main quest until later this one.
Bleed out from railjack catalytic artery. Locate and assess.
That's gonna stick with me. Well, try not to harp on it too much. It's not a big deal. Like, who cares? I had to stand around for 3 minutes, but whenever I bring up a like, hey, you did something that is essentially the same as crossing a line and you didn't cross the line, why not? I'm gonna cite the weird 3 minute wait in Warframe.
Propulsion systems, the most advanced ever produced. Scanning. Remain in proximity. Neutralize all hostiles. Scan cannot continue until the area of operation is clear.
Yeah.
Get on it. Scan baffled by interference drones. Destroy them.
Trying to level this, but it doesn't feel worth it. Right, because I'll get to level it later.
This over with. Perimeter reached. Clear them out. Resume scan.
I actually kind of wish this game was more about labor. I've described RuneScape as being about labor, where it's like, okay, you know, I literally need you to sit here and like fucking click on this rock for 16 hours, have fun, bye, right? Like, and this game it just did that when I was farming that boss a second ago, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna need you to farm this boss until you get 3 of these neural things or whatever the hell. And it seems like it has a lot of that, but it also doesn't. Or a lot of it's unnecessary, or it's not on the critical path of progress. That's basically what you do. Yeah, exactly. Because like, if you told me, like, I need you to collect... When you were talking earlier about, I need to get 5,000 mutagen parts or whatever, I imagine that just means you're just in a survival mission. You're just sitting there for like hours, right? Just waiting until they drop, and then you're done and you put in your work. And you've got it. Oops.
Scan interrupted. Hold perimeter. Perimeter breached. Scan interrupted. We do not have time for this.
Once you have your build together, and Path of Exile is just labor. Take a strat, slam maps. Do not have good enough energy to just keep doing this, it seems like. It's getting closer, but still not there.
Scan interrupted.
Yeah.
Maintain proximity to objective. Scan cannot continue until the area of operation.
I'm working on it. Hold on. You let my stuff fill up so I can actually use the glass more here. It sucks casting the wall and then not having enough energy to detonate it. The wall sucks by itself.
Orgone accumulator low. Etheric condenser vaporized. Viable.
I am very interested to see how Path of Exile 2 works out. I will likely come and try the game again at that point. What's the update on when it's getting released? Are they still planning to like support both games? That seems absurd. I don't know if they've budged on that idea or not. Oh, it's that soon. Now, let me know how it is. I've heard that a lot of its ideas are going to address a lot of my problems with it, but Or at least we'll see more of what it's like functionally like. I like labor in games. I do like being told, hey, here's a crazy task that's probably going to take you like hours to do. Just fucking, just do it. Just put in the work, right? But feel satisfied when you're done, when you make the bar fill up. That's completely fine. So this game occasionally makes it mandatory. I guess it being mandatory is important to me. If it feels like I can get away with not doing labor, then I will. But if it's like, no, literally, like this mission, you're just gonna have to go fucking farm this guy for 2 hours until he drops the shit you need, sorry. Like, okay, I can get myself in the headspace to be okay with that and to enjoy it. That's fine. I assume it's about to have me do that again here, right? Right, I keep thinking it's gonna spawn me right there. Still planning to do both games. See how that works in practice. I feel like that's kind of unnecessary bet hedging. Yeah, hope you enjoy labor because you're doing this 4 more times. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Crody identifies and prioritizes targets. Sukin's turrets track and terminate. Our reputation is earned. Our objective.
9 minutes. I am going to kill you, Warframe. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
We accelerate.
What can I do that would be good?
Ancient history.
So well, that's worse than 3 minutes. I guess I could do a mission in 9 minutes. Okay, where do I go to get Orokin cells? Orokin cells. 9 minutes. Series. Okay. 9 minutes. Fucking kidding me? Is it just kill the boss and then leave? It usually awesome games are, you know it when you see it, but as a shortcut it has to be higher than a 75 on Metacritic. But I'll make exceptions if there's a game that was unfairly maligned on Metacritic or OpenCritic. I just don't want to play like mid stuff, you know, games that are just fine.
To take you down. Let's show them your true Tenno power.
Another dead.
Oh, nice. Glad you enjoyed it.
Vor
Tech
and
edit.
Krill are waiting for you. I recommend you focus your attacks on one target. If you split your
Yeah, for my normal streaming stuff, non-RuneScape related, people can submit games for me to play via my voting system, which there's a link to that under the stream down there. Or subscribers can nominate games for me to play during subblock, and there aren't any requirements there. People usually pick awesome games, but
there's a heavy unit approaching.
sometimes we'll do stuff that's like bad if it's bad in an awesome way, like Sonic 06. Oh, hell yeah. The Group Iron Man was fun. Should be good in RS3. I'm gonna do a sequel video essay for RS3 once I finish RS3, which is still a ways to go.
Vor's mobility could make him the larger threat. Observe their attack patterns and look for an opportunity to divide.
Do some labor in the Deimos open world for the necromech stuff, because I'm gonna need that later anyway. Is now a good time to do it? Do I have to worry about like scheduling my labor in such a way that I do it when it's as efficient as humanly possible?
This one is a handful.
Oh my god, break the shit.
I am picking up traces of prosecutor shield auras in your vicinity.
So what's this guy's deal? Like, he's clearly invulnerable right now. Does he just have ads that I have to kill first?
Prosecutor eliminated. Watch out for more.
Looks like he takes no damage, right?
Your corpse will serve us well.
Yeah, I got you. So, what's this guy's deal? Is it just all the other red arrows in the zone that have to die? Or like his buddy has to die first?
This one has your name on it.
Okay. That was weird. It wasn't clear to me why he wasn't taking damage. And you have to shoot, not melee them?
This is not over.
Nice work taking down the VIP. Now get to extraction.
The other guy shielded it until you killed
Stay
the ads.
focused.
Okay.
There's a heavy unit approaching. Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way.
I need like 1,000 or 100,000 focus to get another upgrade. It's gonna be relevant. It is probably correct to spend all of my focus on those two abilities, whichever of the two is cheaper at any given time until they're maxed. Well, spring in the middle one. Find an access panel. We haven't been doing access panels in a minute. What the fuck? We can do puzzles.
Hanno, get ready. A prosecutor is approaching.
Fuck. Just saw the thing pop up. Don't like when it spawns behind you when you're on your way out of the exit. I guess it always spawns relatively close to you. Feels bad to neglect.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, games where you like insta-nuke enemies, it always sucks when bosses have like forced phase transitions like that.
Wreckage will not recover
Invuln
itself.
phases.
Coordinates marked.
Your actions have consequences. Okay. Oh, it can finish building while I'm away? Okay, well that makes a little bit more sense. I don't have to like revisit it.
Railjack nacelle nearby. Locate and assess.
I think Warframe is the only game in a subgenre of Diablo likes. Maybe one day someone will make a Warframe like. I don't think there's anything else that's quite like this game, and I think they probably have arrived at something kind of brilliant in the formula. But I wonder how much like crust is still on here just because of like I said, institutional momentum, right? Stuff that works a certain way because that's the way it's always been done.
Soon better interference.
If you don't want to shoot at range, that would be fine. Yeah.
Scan baffled by interference drones. Destroy them.
I struggle to blow up my glass wall for whatever reason. Interference drones. Oh, they do? Okay. That's why shit was not working.
Back to work. Let us get this over with. Maintain defense. Hold position. Perimeter breached. Scan interrupted. We do not have time for this.
Yeah.
Drones have established a dampening field. Eliminate them to resume scan.
Drones, stop having a dampening field.
Drones down. Back to it.
I guess if you were to chart the intensity of what Warframe is asking you to do at any one moment, I would say it's not very... It's very spiky, right? Like, instead of being kind of smooth in intensity, it's just like suddenly you're like, okay, now you're just going to be grinding this one thing for the next like 3 hours. And maybe that's just like the way the main story plays out, and then it becomes much smoother in the end game, is like you kind of know what you're committing to when you start working on something. It's very interesting. I don't think you can structure your play in this game based on like what kind of experience you want at any given moment. Maybe you can in the end game once you've already done all this work and put it all behind you. You can say, okay, I want to do something that's hard, or I want to do something that's attentive, or I want to do something that's chill, or I want to do something that's like rewarding.
Scan cannot continue until the area of operation is clear.
Again, just using RuneScape as an example because it's an easy one. Like in RuneScape, at any given moment, you can decide how much attention you want to give it, and there's always something that's worth doing in every like attention bucket at any given moment in the game. But I'm actually kind of enjoying this stupid quest of you gotta like get the ship parts and do the same mission every single time, and then like gather 1 million components and then wait for 9 minutes. I kind of like that, but there's been nothing like it up to this point. And if I just wanted to do more of that, I don't think I really have a choice to do it until I get through more of the gating, right? Fucking interference drones. Xenoblade 2 has rune crafting. If I went for collecting. So maybe I'm operating on an incorrect assumption about the way this game is structured. Does Warframe... How do I phrase this? I anticipate, based on my familiarity with other games and other online games, that the sooner you're done with all of the main story stuff, the more gates you've cleared, the more content you have available to you, the more efficiently you can do everything else in the game. And so the thing that's probably best to spend your time on first is clearing all of the main story. Probably in whatever order that it unlocks things. If only to be able to like quickly jump on the map and go to a planet that you didn't have unlocked before because it's the best place to farm some material you might want. Partially true. It's a non-stockable item you can farm for friendship points, but repeatedly doing an annoying run from the nearest fast travel point to collect it. Yeah, that's runecraft. It's a lap running skill. I think more video games are closer to RuneScape than people are comfortable admitting. More things are actually clicking rocks than appear to be clicking rocks. That defend the scanner it's basically mining an RS3 where occasionally one of the rocks is glowy, so you have to go over and click on them. Up there's a drone that you have to kill. Walk over there and kill the drone. Okay, now go back and click your rocks. I think that's fine. I like games like that, but do you want to increase your MR so you can grind more stuff? The story is the worst way to do that. I guess the answer is that you have to do both. There's nothing particularly pushing you to do one or the other first, though, it sounds like. Okay, I can't let my VOD go over 6 hours, so... it's got about 12 minutes left. Let me just set an alarm to make sure I stop on time here. Do like halfway. Should be enough time to do a mission. Space is faster. Okay.
Zana plots a data-gathering lab around the worm ship. Sukin targets exposed launch orifices. Power redirects to the Tunguska capacitor. With a pull of the trigger, we will end this. The moment arrives. The moment.
I'm pretty lucky. Arrives. 4 minutes. It was just no.
Tenno, my precepts. I am not a viable command cephalon.
I was at least thinking, okay, well, the next one's going to be like 18 minutes, and then that makes sense. This game is just like stabbing a dagger into my brain. Like, what the fuck? Why are you the way you choose to be? 99% sure the timer's bugged. I think it's bugged here. I think it says the actual amount of time that has to pass, but then it shows a value that's incorrect. Okay. Well, I guess I could do... What is it? Series... I could do this guy again, although that boss is annoying to fight. Exta. And I should probably stop after that. 1 minute makes more sense. But that first one was actually 3 minutes, even though it displayed 1 minute. I don't know.
We've contracted you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target. This is your most dangerous assassination yet. Captain Vor has teamed up with Lek Krill to take you down. Let's show them your true Tenno power.
Maybe take the old timer and turn it from hours to minutes.
The larger threat. Observe their attack patterns and look for an opportunity to divide and
doesn't obey logic. Yeah, well, I saw it was 3 and then 9. I'm like, okay, maybe it'll triple again. Maybe it'll be 27. That's fine. Means the last one will still be relatively long, but, you know, tolerable.
You're making this too easy.
Vor and Krill are waiting for you. I recommend you focus your attacks on one target. If you split your attention, you may fail.
These things on his back.
Spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
I don't see what the thing behind him that you're actually supposed to hit is, though.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You will join us, one way or another.
Not a very, like, doesn't have very good feedback for what's going on with him. He just dies after he's been frozen a certain number of times. That's all of his health.
Your hearts will serve us well.
Heroic Cell. I got the thing I came here for.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno. Heads up. A Grenier assault team is headed your way.
Oops. That's kind of cool.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
I think I have to think about this more because it's only occurred to me during this stream, but I think I appreciate when games are fractally designed where like any small subpart of the game resembles the overall structure, right? So I like something like RuneScape where it's like, okay, this game's about labor. Go do, you know, to get to level 20 agility, spend an hour laboring. But now to level 30, spend 2 hours laboring and then 4 hours and 8 hours and whatever, right? Like, but you kind of understand what it's like and then you just do it, but more intensely. Done now? Should be. Let's go check. This one's actually going to make me come back and check in on it, maybe. It's not that you can't have, like, surprising core loops, but I think if the game just like set out like this is kind of going to be your life. we want to attract players who are interested in doing all of the work to collect all of the warframes and get all the pieces they need to build them. So our whole game is going to be about collecting things and building things like this mission is, right? Because this mission feels like it's more like what the full game is actually about. A little tiny microcosm of it. Oh, I guess it finished while I was traveling here. Okay. Starboard nacelle. This mission feels like it's teaching me like what this game is eventually going to be about.
Recovered itself. Coordinates marked.
Okay, I have 5 minutes left in the VOD. I think those missions occasionally take longer because I have to defend the little scanner thing. So we'll wrap there. I won't leave any future Marstead notes because we're going to play this tomorrow for 6 hours. This has been a good time. I don't hate Warframe, y'all. I know I'm complaining about it a lot, but it's just really interesting to me. I feel like you can't replicate this game. If you just set out to make a Warframe clone, you would necessarily make a completely different game because this game is only the way it is because of all of the crazy like iteration they've done, or accretion, as Taryn and Bunny was putting it. And I find that like endlessly intriguing to think about and talk about. Every so often the game is like super duper brilliant. Like here I'm just generally having a good time doing this kind of, you know, grinding, getting the pieces I need to build the ship. I don't hate this. But like the missions earlier with the flower people, great. I really enjoyed it. I like the part where you had to pilot the necromech or whatever. That was cool. It was neat. It felt like they were trying something different. The horror mission felt pretty different. So like occasionally I'll be playing like, whoa, this game is fucking awesome. And then like, oh, that mission's done. And now we're doing something like completely different. And I can never tell like, what is Warframe going to be today? You know what I mean? Yeah. Character creator 20 hours in. Pretty sick, pretty cool concept. I actually super love that. And it's almost better that there's all this like stupid bullshit before it happens. But this game makes me feel differently than pretty much any other game I've played. It does baffle me. It endlessly baffles me. I think the game is endlessly baffling and bizarre. But it's at least interesting. So thanks for, coming on this ride with me, especially if y'all are Warframe super fans. I know it can be frustrating to hear people that are not like as connected to it, but I'm excited to play more of it tomorrow. Time flies quickly when I play Warframe. I should say this. I play some games on stream where it feels like time is traveling very, very slowly. And I'm just, oh my God, I just can't wait for this to be over. Here, I didn't even feel 6 hours go by. So despite my complaints, it's good that it felt like time was moving fast. I'll be back with more tomorrow.